Chapter 1020. Wang Chong would never underestimate his opponents, much less a shrewd imperial great general like de Wuxia or a strategist like Daluan Ruozhen. If he had brought out a fake, de Wuxia would have already killed Chen Bin. Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Shi Yuanqing were left confused by Wang Chong's words. They had no idea what Wang Chong was talking about. So, Wang Chong, were those 3 pieces of paper real or fake? Gao Xianji went straight to the point with a frown. The letters were real, as was the content. It's just not what de Wuxia wanted. Wang Chong faintly smiled, a profound look on his face. Other than Wang Chong, no one else could explain the inside story of this transaction. The highest realm of array formations was array phenomena. However, this ancient power was not as simple as people thought. In the history of the entire continent, there was a period of time when formation phenomena were actually very common. And it was not just the Central Plains. The Western Turks and the Uzun Plateau had all had their own unique formation phenomena, all of them at the pinnacle of their power. Once one reached the level of formation phenomena, one could use the power of the world to greatly increase the power of one's soldiers, allowing them to reach an inconceivable level of power and defeat their opponents. However, due to an unforeseen event, the highest level and ultimate power of these formations had completely disappeared from the entire continent. If not for this, the Celestial Wolf Great General would not have spent so much time and still ended up empty-handed. And he would not have been like he was now. The moment he discovered the secret of formation phenomena on Wang Chong's body, he could no longer restrain himself and began to think of a way to seize it. In the post-apocalyptic world, in order to deal with the foreign invaders, many people thought of this ultimate formation power. However, this ultimate formation power, from scratch until it finally saw the light of day, had expended countless manpower and resources, taken countless detours, and created many different versions of it. In the end, after gathering the power of the entire world, the best version of the true formation phenomena was finally selected from the countless versions. Don't worry, my lord. I've already arranged everything. Although the version that de Wuxia had taken was real, I had made some minor changes to it. The more he cultivates and delves into it, the greater the harm it poses to him and the greater the weakening of his power. Furthermore, it's not even close to the true realm of formation phenomena. This is also my punishment for using such despicable methods to kidnap Chen Bin. Wang Chong tapped his fingers on the table and said confidently. Wang Chong didn't explain much. Wang Chong, I believe you. Gao Xianji's eyes brightened, and he didn't ask any more questions. No matter what Wang Chong had done or how he had done it, as long as de Wuxia couldn't obtain the true formation phenomena, he would be at ease. This was the only thing he was concerned about. Qianli, Yuanqing, fortify the city's defenses to prevent Abu Muslim and Daluan Ruozhen from joining forces and making a comeback. In addition, let the soldiers rest. Yes, my lord. The pair respectfully replied. Congratulations to user for achieving preliminary victory in the Battle of Talas. You are rewarded with 8,000 points of destiny energy. As the meeting concluded and the group left, Wang Chong prepared to stand up. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. A golden light poured into his mind, and Wang Chong instantly sensed a subtle transformation in his body. His body seemed to have gotten stronger, his cells more energetic. At the same time, the light in his mind shifted. From the moment Abu Muslim had arrived at Talas to the moment Abu Muslim led the Arab army in retreat, countless sabers and swords had been flashing, mountains of corpses and seas of blood had appeared before Wang Chong's eyes, one fierce battle after another taking place at an astonishing speed. The final scene in Wang Chong's mind was that of an enormous map of the continent slowly turning until it finally stopped at the golden number 8,000. The first phase of the battle is over. The second phase is about to begin. Warning. User has an extremely high chance of defeat. Warning. User's situation will become even more complicated. His true opponents are not limited to the Arabs. If the mission fails, user will be obliterated. User must use every method possible to survive. The reward for the second phase is 20,000 points of destiny energy. If the mission fails, 80,000 points will be deducted. User has an extremely low chance of survival. Another warning. Before the Battle of Talas is won, user cannot retreat. Retreat means death. One mountain cannot hold two tigers. The two empires must decide the final victor. Almost at the same moment the rewards for the first phase of the mission were issued, a string of information flowed into Wang Chang's mind like a waterfall. Wang Chang's face froze in shock. Chen Bin had already been rescued, but the Stone of Destiny had only announced the victory of the first phase now. This was already rather strange, but what was even stranger was the string of information the Stone of Destiny had suddenly revealed. Has the battle still not been won? Wang Chang's mind was in turmoil. He had already taken control of the behemoths, more than half of the skyquaking army had been killed, and more than half of the Arabs' elite forces had been killed. Abu Muslim and Ziyad had fled several dozen li, no longer as powerful as before. Wang Chong had originally believed that the battle had ended here, that the siege had been resolved and that it could come to a close. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the Stone of Destiny would reveal that this was only the beginning of the war. It was far from over. His situation will become even more complicated. His true opponents are not limited to the Arabs. What does this mean? Could it be that the Arabs have other allies? But the strongest power to the west of the Tsong Mountains is the Arabian Empire. All the neighboring countries have been conquered by them, so how could they have any allies? Of all the information revealed by the Stone of Destiny, this was the most perplexing part. Wang Chong sensed that his involvement in the Battle of Talas had changed yet again, as if there was something important that he did not know. But what was it? As Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, he quickly left the hall. Putting aside the matter of the Stone of Destiny, when the news of the victory in the Battle of Talas reached the rear, in the city of Sueya closest to the Tsong Mountains, wonderful. The Arabs have retreated. The Tang people have defeated the Arabs. I just knew that the Tang dynasty would win, Protector General Gao. Protector General Gao. The originally chaotic Sueya city was suddenly filled with jubilation. Countless merchants who heard the news came out to the streets. The bandits, highwaymen, and all sorts of other forces who had been looting and setting fires all over the place retreated one after another. The city slowly regained its order. The Tang dynasty had operated in the western regions for many years and still had some prestige. Now that the Tang dynasty had defeated the combined armies of the Arabs, the Western Turks, and the Uzan, it meant that the western regions would soon return to the rule of the Tang dynasty. Using this chance to make an enemy of the Tang dynasty was no longer a wise move. Damn it! The Arabs have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, far more than those bastards from Chishi and the Anshi Protectorate army, but they still lost. What the hell? What a bunch of useless trash. In the northwest corner of Sueya, on the road leading out of the city, a one-eyed and bearded who rode a large horse, a strange saber 10 feet long in his hand, a hateful expression on his face. The Tang people had ruled the western regions for many years, and they had finally found a rare opportunity to plunder and plunder. They had never expected that in such a short time, the legendary governor of iron and blood of the Arabian Empire would be forced to retreat. Leader, what do we do now? The Arabs gave us money to make trouble in the rear for at least 3 months, and it's not time yet. A thin and quick-witted who bowed and whispered. This time, the Arabs had thrown out large sums of money to bribe the tribes in the rear and have them make trouble in the rear. Where else could they find such a good deal where they could obtain both benefits and money? Thus, the tribes immediately agreed. There's nothing else to be done. Feng Chongqing is not an easy fellow to deal with. Celestial Wolf Great General de Wuxia sent people to kill him, but he still managed to escape. Moreover, he's gathered a group of people, so we shouldn't continue to be enemies with him. After all, Gao Xianji doesn't eat meat. Retreat. As for the Arabs, they only have themselves to blame. The one-eyed bearded man spitefully said. After taking one last look at the Anshi Protectorate headquarters and the banner fluttering in the air, the one-eyed man waved his hand and quickly led his group away, vanishing from Sueya city. The Tang dynasty still had some power, so no matter how unwilling they were, they could only retreat. Wonderful! At this moment, countless buildings towered in the center of Sueya, and in the very center of these buildings was a grand and majestic residence that exuded an ancient and distant aura. Anshi Protectorate. Several large golden characters had been painted on a black background on the entrance to the residence, signifying the place of supreme authority in the western regions. At this moment, Feng Chongqing was seated high above the hall. His fists were tightly clenched, his expression one of excitement. Young Marquis, I just knew that you could do it. At this moment, Feng Chongqing's eyes were bloodshot and his expression was one of agitation. Ever since Wang Chong had led his army through Sueya and over the Tsong Mountains toward Talas, he had been constantly paying attention to what was going on there. And now, after a long and torturous wait, Feng Chongqing had finally received the news he had been waiting for. Even though Abu Muslim and the Arabs had not completely retreated, But for Feng Chongqing, this stage of victory was the best news he had received so far. At the very least, the Anshi Protectorate army had gained the initiative. It was no longer trapped in the city, in a desperate situation where it could be completely wiped out at any moment. Wang Chong, thank you. Feng Chongqing's heart was filled with gratitude. Chapter 1021. Flap Flap. Several hours later, an eagle flew into Qixi. Marquis! 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 All of Qixi was cheering, and the sea of people outside the Protectorate headquarters was filled with excitement. Wang Bei, Su Hanshan, and the others instantly relaxed. There had been no news of the Qixi army ever since they crossed the Tsong Mountains, but now, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Deliver the news to Lady Su. Su Hanshan, mounted on a Turkic warhorse taller than a man, quickly delivered the news. A horseman had already taken it and galloped into the residence. Within the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, maids nervously stood by the wooden door. Some of them were holding cups of tea, some were holding food, but all of them had worried looks on their faces. Some of them were even standing on their tiptoes, trying to see through the crack in the door, but they found nothing. Cough, cough, fierce coughing came from within the room, causing the maids outside to grow even more worried. What do we do? Young lady hasn't come out for an entire day, and the coughing sounds even worse than last night. If something happens to young lady, The moment the coughing began, one of the maids could no longer hold back her tears, her eyes brimming with heartache. However, she did not dare to speak too loudly, lest she disturb Su Yiqin. Around them, although the other maids didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces had already revealed the worry in their hearts. In the room, there was a dressing table, a couch, and nothing else. Su Yiqin sat in front of the table, a mountain of documents piled up before her eyes. She was dressed in a thin white dress, and her face was pale and devoid of blood, but she was still focused on the documents before her. Inform the Zhang clan that the provisions sent to Talas must arrive as quickly as possible. The soldiers of the Central Plains have different habits from the people of the western regions. Although they can eat cattle and sheep, they can't do so for long without touching rice. What happened to those 200,000 warhorses? Did the Imperial Court's Imperial Horse Supervisor send someone to take them? Did the official reply arrive? In addition, pass on my order. Use the name of the Qixi Protectorate to continue recruiting craftsmen. On the other side of Talas, Senior Zhang Shoji had taken away a large number of craftsmen, and it was still unclear how many of them had died. But in the rear, Qixi could be attacked by Uzun and the Western Turks at any time. The small steel fortresses on both sides must be reinforced. I previously issued an order to recruit inscription masters. Arrange for elite soldiers to protect them in Wuxiang's city of steel. War did not only require craftsmen, but also inscriptionists. They would be needed in the future. Also, supervise the various aristocratic families to speed up the forging of weapons. Orders were passed down one after another, either orally or in writing. On the surface, Su Hanshan and Wang Bei were in charge of Qixi. But everyone was well aware that the true spiritual figure was this weak woman sitting in the Qixi protectorate. Although she was a woman, it was precisely because of Su Yiqin's existence that Qixi could maintain its current order. She even had the strength to reinforce Feng Chongqing in Anxi. But with each order, Su Yiqin's complexion grew paler and paler, her body beginning to show signs of sickness. Cough, cough, halfway through the paperwork, Su Yiqin could no longer hold back her trembling body and began to violently cough. Young lady, although the war is tense, your health is equally important. If this continues, not only will your body collapse, you won't even be able to attend to the preparations in the rear. Just listen to me. Eat something and rest a little. A voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Zhu was standing behind Su Yiqin, massaging her back. She was so anxious that tears were streaming down her face. Little Zhu, I don't have time to rest. There are still 100,000 Tang dynasty soldiers at Talas, and they are tied to the safety of all of Qixi and Longxi. I have to take care of everything and arrange for supplies and reinforcements. There's no need to worry. I know my own body. I can still hold on. Cough, cough, cough. As Su Yiqin spoke, she unconsciously coughed again. This time, it was more serious than before. Reporting. At this moment, a messenger suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in. The moment he entered, he immediately kneeled on the ground. A letter from Talas. Marquis defeated Abu Muslim and the Arab army at Talas. What? Hearing this, the master and servant in the room trembled, their eyes bursting with joy. Hurry and let me see it. Su Yiqin's steps were unsteady as she hurriedly stood up from the table and walked over to the messenger. Taking the letter from the messenger, Su Yiqin read it over several times before finally confirming one thing. Talas won, they really won. Su Yiqin's face was flushed with excitement, her face flushed with blood, and her entire body seemed to recover. Her gaze left Qixi, crossed Longxi, and finally reached the most prosperous capital of the empire. Boom! The news of Talas's victory was like a boulder that sent ripples through the capital, stirring up waves in both the court and the public. Ha ha ha! Victory! Victory! The Tang dynasty has won. The Tang dynasty has won. The youngest son of the Wang clan has really led the Tang dynasty's army and defeated the armies of the Arabs, the Western Turks, and the Uzan. I wasn't mistaken. The youngest son of the Wang clan is truly a pillar of the empire. The Tang dynasty is mighty. His divine majesty is mighty. Ha ha ha. The entire empire was in jubilation. When the news that the Uzan and the Western Turks had mobilized their army reached the imperial court, the entire imperial court was in a tizzy. Countless gazes were focused on that strategic fortress on the Silk Road to the west of the Tsong Mountains. 2 protector generals, 2 armies, a 4-way battle, this battle had shaken the hearts of countless people. From Qixi to Anxi to the Tsong Mountains, the Tang dynasty had deployed all its soldiers to the northwest, leaving them with no more soldiers to spare. If Talas was lost and Anxi and Qixi could not be held, then all of Longxi would be under the threat of the Arabs. A country below the Tsong Mountains had actually pushed its vanguard so close to Longxi. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the Tang dynasty. But what made the imperial court the most uneasy was the alliance between Arabia, Uzan, and the Western Turkic Khaganate. The strength of this alliance was enough to make anyone restless. But now, the Tang dynasty had won. Although this was only a partial victory, it was enough to raise everyone's spirits. Wonderful! Wang Chong, this king truly did not misjudge you. In the King of Song's residence, after reading the report from Talas, the King of Song put down the letter in his hand, his eyes brimming with unconcealable pride. The King of Song had done many things in his life, including supporting the army, supporting the border generals with all his strength, helping the Tang dynasty expand, and carrying out the strategy of defending against enemies outside the borders. In his life, he had also promoted many people and resolved many dangers in the court. During the campaign against Goguryeo and the Eastern Turkic Khaganate in the northeast, he had actively made preparations and even forgot to eat and sleep. At the crucial moment, he had delivered life-saving provisions, saving the morale of the army in saving the war. But at this moment, the proudest thing that the King of Song had ever done in his life was uncovering Wang Chong and silently supporting him from behind. To live and die for the sake of the country, how can one avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? Wang Chong, you truly are the son of a general. The Tang dynasty is fortunate to have you, the country is fortunate, the people are fortunate. The King of Song looked at the two rolled-up couplets next to him, his heart filled with gratitude. To live and die for the sake of the country, how can one avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? This was a couplet that Wang Chong had hung in his study. When Wang Chong was not present, the King of Song had once visited the Wang clan and entered the study. Upon seeing this couplet, he had put it away in his residence as a treasure. Whether it was in the War of the Southwest or the Battle of Talas, Wang Chong had always lived up to his ideals and the words of this couplet. Wang Chong, go. Spread your wings and soar into the skies for the Tang dynasty. As for your back, only I will support you. No matter how many people try to stop you, I will not let a single person stand in your way. The King of Song turned his head and looked through the open window. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered, a sign that a storm was coming. But the King of Song's eyes were even brighter than the lightning. Putting aside the disturbances in Anxi, Qixi, and the Tang dynasty imperial court, with the conclusion of the first major battle, the distant Talas to the west of the Tsong Mountains welcomed a rare period of peace. Whether it was the Yuzhan, the Turks, or the Arabs, all of them had retreated several dozen li. Using this rare chance, the Tang dynasty army and the mercenaries of the western regions were mobilized, doing all they could to reinforce the fortifications. The terrain that had been destroyed by the giant beasts was dealt with one by one. The two steel defense lines were quickly repaired and changed according to the terrain. It was no longer a simple straight line. At the same time, Zhang Shouji and the other craftsmen were doing their utmost to upgrade the defenses of the city of Talas. At the same time, they were repairing the Tang dynasty ballistae and other weapons that had been damaged in the war. Everything went according to plan, with progress being made every day. Talas was calm on the surface, but the undercurrents of war were always surging. On the west side of Talas, around 60 to 70 li away, a lush forest stretched across the land. Towering trees soared into the heavens, each one as thick as two men hugging their arms around it. To the west of the Tsong Mountains, where the land was increasingly barren and the precipitation was decreasing, was this place the only place with so many ancient trees. The Black Forest. Chapter 1022. How is it? Is there any news from the empire? A voice came out of the Black Forest. Abu Muslim was seated on the remains of an unknown statue on the official road that traversed through the Black Forest. The Silk Road was a road for merchants, and the Black Forest was a place where merchants often rested. Thus, many merchants had erected statues of various gods here to protect them. The vast majority of these statues were gods of wealth related to gold and silver. Every merchant would erect one here, and over time, it had become a part of the Black Forest scenery. There were even quite a few people who came here to admire these statues. But neither Abu Muslim nor Ziyad was in the mood to admire them. In the Battle of Talas, 100,000 Arab elites had died, the behemoth army had been completely wiped out, and the skyquaking army that the empire had expended enormous resources to build had been dealt a heavy blow. Most importantly, even the empire's favored subject, Mazel, had died there. The two of them felt their hearts sink. From Khorasan all the way to Samarkand, the Arab cavalry they had led had been unstoppable, destroying countless factions. But at Talas, the two of them had suffered an unprecedented defeat. "I've already gotten in touch. Governor Qutayba of Tarsus and Governor Osman of Cairo have already responded. When they heard about what happened at Talas, they've already led their most elite forces over as quickly as possible. At most, they'll arrive in a month. They are extremely interested in the Tang dynasty faction that they have never interacted with in the east," Ziyad said. Governor Qutayba of Tarsus and Governor Osman of Cairo were two unfamiliar names to the kingdoms east of the Tsong Mountains. Few people knew of them, but in the Arabian Empire and the regions under their jurisdiction, their names were like a thunderclap that could stop a child from crying. In terms of status, the two of them were almost on the same level as the governor of Iron and Blood. Governor Qutayba of Tarsus was even known as the governor of war. Under his command, the Arab army had advanced by leaps and bounds, crossing the Mediterranean Sea and capturing Tarsus, all the way to the Black Sea. In terms of passion for war, Qutayba was probably even more fervent than Abu Muslim. Abu Muslim enjoyed conquest, conquering different empires and people, while Qutayba enjoyed war itself. Where there was war, there was Qutayba. Thus, even though he didn't have much interaction with Abu Muslim, when this dreadful governor of war heard of what had happened at Talas, he immediately responded to Abu Muslim's request for reinforcements and led his army over. As for Governor Osman of Cairo, although his status was lower than Abu Muslim's, he was still an illustrious and famous figure in the Arabian Empire. He was extremely experienced in battle, and he had always been very good friends with Abu Muslim. In the conquest of the ancient Khorasan dynasty, the two of them had fought side by side, leading an army to destroy this ancient and powerful foe. The two of them had an extremely deep friendship. In Abu Muslim's plan, Osman had always been one of his reinforcements. Once he conquered Talas and advanced into the western regions, Osman would come from the rear and join him in conquering the east. But now, after the disastrous defeat at Talas, Abu Muslim had been forced to change his plans and summon Osman ahead of time. Abu Muslim was clearly much more energized by Ziyad's words. Whether it was Qutayba or Osman, both of them had many elite soldiers under their command. With their reinforcements, Abu Muslim would be able to quickly make up for the losses he had suffered in battle. More importantly, both Qutayba and Osman were extremely powerful fighters. If the three governors worked together, they could completely destroy Talas and even complete the conquest of the east. Even so, Abu Muslim's thick brow was still slightly creased. What did Qutayba say? He's never done anything that doesn't benefit him. If he's willing to help, he must have some sort of request. Abu Muslim said. This, Ziyad hesitated, but when he saw Abu Muslim's stern gaze, he finally spoke. Qutayba requests that Lord Governor relinquish a portion of the war zone, and if we win the war, he hopes that Lord Governor will relinquish the Caliph's quota of Eastern weapons. In addition, he has the right to choose 10,000 elite soldiers from Lord's army to follow him as his private soldiers. Ziyad said. As he spoke, he had been stealthily observing Abu Muslim's complexion. As expected, Abu Muslim's complexion grew darker and uglier upon hearing Qutayba's request. Ziyad's voice also grew fainter and fainter. The East was an undeveloped war zone, filled with endless treasures and enemies. Ever since the empire had divided up the war zones, Qutayba had begun to covet the East. But the empire's strict hierarchy meant that no one could defy the caliph's orders. Moreover, Abu Muslim had always been domineering, his iron fist no less than Qutayba's, so Qutayba had never been able to interfere. But the crushing defeat at Talas had clearly given Qutayba an opportunity, and he had immediately revealed his claws and fangs. The Black Forest was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ziyad didn't even need to raise his head to know that Abu Muslim's complexion was undoubtedly extremely gloomy. Everyone knew that the East was the exclusive domain of the governor of Iron and Blood Abu Muslim. Anyone who made such a request would be an insult to Abu Muslim, so there was no way he could agree to such a request. Okay. To Ziyad's surprise, just when he thought that Abu Muslim would refuse, he heard an unexpected answer. "Milord." Ziyad's heart trembled as he jerked his head up in shock. "Milord, you can't agree. If you agree to Qutayba's unreasonable request, Milord will become the laughingstock of the empire. Moreover, it will be extremely detrimental to Milord's prestige in the East." A moment later, Ziyad reacted and tried his best to dissuade him. Every governor of an empire was proud. If Abu Muslim agreed to Qutayba's request, he would forever be suppressed by Qutayba. "Ziyad, you don't understand my meaning. Now is not the time to bicker over personal gains and losses. Both I and Qutayba have underestimated the severity of this eastern campaign. In Talas, we have encountered an enemy like never before. They are far more powerful than any opponent we have faced before. We have relied on the Behemoth army and the Skyquaking army to subdue many powerful foes, including the Khorasan dynasty, but they have all failed this time. From Khorasan to Samarkand, no empire has ever been able to stop us for so long, and no one has ever been able to defeat us, but these Tang people have done it." Abu Muslim sat on the remains of the statue, his expression completely different from before. His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to see through all the secrets and details of this battle. "Milord," Ziyad was struck dumb. He had never seen this side of Abu Muslim before. "Let him come. Tell Qutayba that I will agree to all of his conditions, but there is only one condition: he must bring his best soldiers with him." Before Ziyad could say anything else, Abu Muslim decisively declared. "Your subordinate understands." A complicated look flickered through Ziyad's eyes as he finally nodded. "In addition, how is the recruitment of the militia going?" Abu Muslim asked. In this war with the Tang dynasty, Arabia had suffered grievous losses, and Abu Muslim was currently severely lacking soldiers. He urgently needed to replenish them. Arabia was a country of war, and this warlike attitude had gradually spread to all the nearby conquered territories. Thus, the Arabian Empire had always had the best source of soldiers, and conscripting the militia was one of the most important methods. The Arabs were generally warlike and highly trained. As long as they were equipped with weapons, war horses, and armor, and trained in formations, they would become an excellent source of soldiers. Through this method, Abu Muslim had been able to constantly gather soldiers. In the Battle of Talas, although he had been locked in a stalemate with Gao Xianji for more than 2 months and suffered massive losses, through this method, his soldiers had not only not decreased, but increased. This was also an important reason why the Arabian Empire had been able to constantly expand and conquer so many empires and civilizations, becoming the strongest empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains. The casualties in this battle are far worse than we expected. From Khorasan to Samarkand, the militia has been severely depleted. More importantly, everyone is paying attention to the war with the Tang dynasty. The moment we lost at Talas, the news immediately spread, and many people are beginning to avoid the recruitment. We've been recruiting far fewer soldiers than before, and it will be very difficult to recruit many in such a short time, Ziyad sternly said. The side effects of the Battle of Talas were far more severe than they had imagined. It was not just a drop in soldiers and morale. Neither of them had imagined that they would even be unable to recruit any more soldiers. Abu Muslim said nothing, but his thick brows were deeply furrowed. "However, your subordinate's greatest concern is not the militia and Qutayba, but Baghdad." Ziyad was deeply concerned and did not say anything else. Arabia was an empire with a strict hierarchy. The death of Mazal was even more serious than Abu Muslim's miserable defeat at Talas. For a favored subject of the Caliph to be killed right under the eyes of the governor of the East was a dereliction of duty on Abu Muslim's part and a serious display of his incompetence. Based on the news from Baghdad, His Majesty was furious, and the death of Mazel had set off massive waves in Baghdad. Countless nobles, governors, and great generals were denouncing Abu Muslim. Although Mazel did not have a very good reputation in the capital, no one would jump out and make things difficult for His Majesty now that the emperor was furious. Although Mazel was unpopular, he still represented the caliph. Chapter 1023. There were already many nobles and ministers in the capital calling for Abu Muslim's death. This was not good news for Abu Muslim. No one knew what the caliph's order was, but the sword of Damocles would eventually fall. Ziyad, is there any way to find out about the high priest? Abu Muslim suddenly asked. Milord? Ziyad was stunned. He hadn't expected Abu Muslim to put aside the caliph's wrath and punishment and instead talk about the high priest. Ziyad, Mazel is the high priest's disciple, and His Majesty favors Mazel because of his relationship with the high priest. Thus, from start to finish, the most crucial factor in this matter has always been the high priest's stance. The caliph has yet to make his stance clear because the high priest has yet to make his stance clear. The behemoths being controlled by the Tang people and switching sides at the crucial moment is the greatest variable on this battlefield. Mazel's death is also heavily related to this. If we inform the high priest of this matter, perhaps, he can help us survive this calamity and even obtain some additional assistance. The Eastern world is filled with far too many unknown mysteries. Talas is probably only the beginning. I have a feeling that if we want to conquer the Eastern world in the future, we will need to borrow the high priest's strength. Abu Muslim's words left Ziyad flabbergasted. Everyone knew that Abu Muslim was facing a calamity after the disastrous defeat at Talas, but no one had connected these words to the most mysterious high priest of the empire. Moreover, the high priest was a lofty, mysterious, and revered existence that no ordinary person could interact with. But if one carefully thought about it, Abu Muslim's words were not without reason. For a moment, Ziyad's mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but freeze. But, milord, the high priest is like a dragon whose head and tail are rarely seen. The place he appears the most is the temple. But not even the people of the temple know of his whereabouts, much less us. Moreover, His Majesty the Caliph has long ago decreed that no one is allowed to disturb the temple or the high priest. Anyone who disobeys will be executed, and even the third prince is like this, much less us. Ziyad said. Abu Muslim immediately furrowed his brow. He knew what Ziyad was talking about. Back then, the third prince had been extremely favored by the Caliph, but because of his playfulness, he had mistakenly entered the holy temple. When the Caliph found out, he had been executed. The position of a prince was high and lofty, and he had the right to inherit the throne. Even the nobles, ministers, and governors of various regions had to bow and pay their respects to him, not to mention other people. From then on, the entire empire knew of the Caliph's determination, and no one dared to approach the temple. Moreover, there were 10,000 Arab soldiers guarding the area. After a long period of thought, Abu Muslim was forced to admit that it was almost impossible to get past the high priest. If the holy temple was only heavily guarded, Abu Muslim could still take the risk and force his way in. However, the key point was that even if he forced his way in, it would be difficult for him to see the high priest. The high priest was too mysterious. In the past 10 years, he had only shown his face 3 times. It was almost impossible to get help from the high priest. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let me ask you, how is the Mamelukes doing? Abram Muse said. But when he said those words, Abu Muslim's eyes clearly shone with a special light. Milord, the rebellion of the old nobles in Khorasan has been completely suppressed. From the information we have obtained, the Khorasan rebels have lost more than 300,000 soldiers. I believe that after this, they will find it very difficult to stir up any more trouble for a very long time. In addition, the Mamelukes have learned of what happened at Talas. Commander Aibak has already sent a letter saying that after finishing up the work at Khorasan, he will wait in the rear for Governor Qutayba and Governor Osman's armies to arrive at Talas with them. Aibak is very interested in the Eastern army that was able to defeat the Behemoth army and Skyquaking army, Ziyad sternly said. Ziyad sternly said. When he mentioned the Mamelukes, Ziyad's voice clearly grew louder. In this battle of Talas, the Mamelukes were supposed to appear in the east, and the Caliph had promised that they would assist Abu Muslim in conquering the eastern world. But because of the turmoil in the rear and the strange movements in Khorasan, the Mamelukes had been mobilized and had not arrived on the battlefield. The Mamelukes' absence was also an important factor in the defeat at the Battle of Talas. If they had received the reinforcements of the Mamelukes, perhaps everything would have been different. At the very least, the special Wuxia steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty would not have been able to gallop unhindered on the ground. However, although the Mamelukes are powerful, in terms of weapons and equipment, they can't compare to the Wuxia steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Those weapons are far too sharp. The god armor of the Skyquaking army is the finest equipment of the empire, the crystallization of all the craftsmen of the empire, and its toughness is rarely matched. But the Wuxia steel swords of the Tang people were actually able to cut through the god armor of the Skyquaking giants. I sense that these Wuxia steel swords are the Mamelukes' greatest weakness. If we don't resolve this weakness, the Mamelukes will find it very difficult to unleash their full power, Ziyad sternly said. Ziyad sternly said. Abu Muslim said nothing, but the change in his expression was enough to tell the truth. Although the battle had been intense, both Abu Muslim and Ziyad had been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Although the Skyquaking army could not compare to the giant ape, it was definitely the second most powerful force in Arabia. In their plan, the power of the Skyquaking army combined with the god armor was completely capable of destroying the Tang dynasty's army from within. But when the 5,000 Wuxian cavalry charged over, everything changed. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to believe that the god armor, which represented the highest level of craftsmanship in the empire, could be so vulnerable to the sabers and swords of the Tang people. Take the information we've gathered and the remains of the god armor and send them to Khorasan in the rear and hand them over to Mamluk leader Aibak. Aibak has more power and resources in the empire than we do, so he can only rely on himself to resolve this problem. I trust that once he sees these things, he will understand. Flap flap. A black hunting falcon flapped its wings with astonishing speed, flying from the distant Samarkand all the way to the strategic fortress of Khorasan. The Arabs' advantage of being closer to Talas was now on full display. Abu Muslim's news had reached Aibak much faster than expected. Whoosh! As the black hunting falcon flew over Khorasan, one could see that this strategic fortress of the east was lined with rows upon rows of fortresses, like a forest of spears pointing into the sky. From the density and grandeur of these buildings, Khorasan was clearly an economically prosperous fortress. In truth, anyone who visited Khorasan would be stunned by its grandeur and grandeur. On the Silk Road, this city was known as the Pearl of the West Coast. Countless merchants would travel along the Silk Road from the east to the west, ultimately converging at the end of the Silk Road. But at this moment, all of Khorasan was no longer as beautiful as it had been in the past. The streets were covered in piles of corpses, burned in heaps, black smoke rising into the air. The air was thick with the stench of charred corpses, but the strongest of all was the suffocating stench of blood. In many places, even the air was red, and the blood was still spreading. Caw! Flocks of vultures and crows circled in the sky above the city, then swooped down, competing with the flames for the corpses. In many places, ownerless camels and ostriches wandered about. Khorasan. This pearl at the end of the Silk Road had just experienced a gruesome massacre. Although the uprising had been suppressed, it would take a very long time to clean up the mess. Whoosh! In the center of Khorasan, a large banner had been raised atop a large white stone building. A black crescent moon was fluttering upon this banner, exuding an aura of extreme cruelty and somberness. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart palpitate in fear. Mamelukes. There was no one in the Arabian Empire who did not know of this banner and its name. Slaughter is eternal, conquest is king. This was the motto of the Mamelukes. At this moment, countless Mamelukes were standing around the white square stone building. These Mamelukes were all tall and muscular, their skin dark and their bulging muscles gleaming with a cold light, as if they were made of steel. Their bodies were tense and brimming with explosive strength, like cheetahs ready to fight at any moment. Most frightening of all was the black armor they wore. The marks of swords and sabers were so dense that one could tell that these Mamelukes had experienced countless bitter battles. The thick blood had even dyed their black armor a dark red, fusing with the thick killing intent exuded by the Mamelukes. These warriors who were born to kill were like demons from hell. They were not like warriors of the human world at all. And their callous and emotionless eyes were enough to make anyone who saw them feel as if they had been plunged into an icy cavern. Boom! A ferocious hound passed by the corner of the street about 20 feet away from him. Suddenly, the hound seemed to sense something. Its body trembled, and it let out a low whimper. Tucking its tail between its legs, it began to flee in fright. These were the illustrious Mamelukes of the Arabian Empire. At the place where they appeared, even the bugs underground were silent, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Chapter 10:24. The Mamelukes were not guards, and they would never stand guard for others. They were born to kill. The only person who could command the protection of so many Mamelukes was the highest commander of the army, Aibak. The Eastern world actually has an army like this. Putting down Abu Muslim's letter, Aibak slightly frowned. As an army born for war, the Mamelukes were sent to cruel military camps to be groomed from a young age. Hundreds of Mamluk youths would fight in these training camps, and only the last one standing would become a Mamluk. Through this cruel training and selection method, the Mamelukes had forged the reputation of being the strongest force in the Arabian Empire. In this world, there were very few opponents worthy of the Mamelukes fighting. Countless so-called elite and strongest armies had ultimately fallen at the feet of the Mamelukes. It was the deaths of countless powerful armies that gave the Mamelukes their invincible reputation. Aibak did not have much understanding of this army of the East known as the Wuxian cavalry, nor had he heard of them before. But Aibak knew of the Skyquaking army. This was an army of giants that the empire had spent countless resources to nurture through the use of ancient techniques. Even Aibak had to admit that the Skyquaking army was extraordinary and could not be compared to ordinary armies. And this army of the East had been able to cut through the god armor of the Skyquaking army as easily as cutting through melons. This alone was enough for Aibak to treat them with a serious attitude. The Mamelukes had never feared formidable opponents, but the weapons that Abu Muslim had mentioned that could cut through the armor of the Skyquaking army made him feel a deep apprehension. If what Abu Muslim had said was true, that these weapons could cut through the armor of the Skyquaking army, then they could undoubtedly pose a threat to the Mamelukes as well. Based on what Abu Muslim says, only armor forged from meteoric metal can block this weapon, but meteoric metal is extremely rare. Where can I find enough to equip an entire army? Wang Chong asked. Aibak slightly frowned, a pensive look on his face. The Mamelukes had never lacked the courage to fight, but they were no fools. Even Aibak had to take the governor of Iron and Blood's words seriously. Aibak suddenly found this situation rather troublesome. Report. As he was thinking, a hurried voice interrupted Aibak's thoughts. Bastard! Didn't I tell you not to disturb me at this time? Have the remnants of Khorasan rebelled? Aibak harshly said. Khorasan revolted, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of corpses in the city. The Mamelukes had once more displayed their cruel methods of suppression. It would take a long time to bury 300,000 corpses. But Aibak had always pursued the principle of eliminating all evil. Now that he had discovered that the old nobles of Khorasan had revolted, he would pull out the radish and bring out the mud. Whether they were intentional or not, whether they were commoners or nobles, whether they were involved or not, as long as they had anything to do with the rebels, they would be exterminated, including their families and relatives. 300,000 deaths was only the beginning for Aibak. Thus, the people of Khorasan were in a state of panic, with people constantly coming to plead for mercy, hoping that the Mamelukes would stop here and not pursue the matter any further. There were even some Arab ministers and nobles among these people who were pleading for mercy. This was also why Aibak had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the city. "My lord, it's not him. That person did not come for the remnants of Khorasan. He is very special. He told me to bring this to my lord. He said that my lord would understand once he saw it." The messenger's expression turned cold under Aibak's murderous gaze, and he did not dare to say anything else as he took out an item from his bosom. "Bastard!" Aibak was just about to curse when his eyes turned to the item in the messenger's hand. His pupils constricted as if he had been pricked by a needle. This was an ancient bronze token, its surface stained with blood. It gave off the feeling that it had experienced countless battles and had many stories to tell. But what truly attracted Aibak's attention was not this token, but the golden red sun symbol on the token. The token of the founder. Aibak's body trembled in shock. This bronze token was very similar to the token of the Mamelukes that Aibak wielded. The only difference was that Aibak's token had a black crescent moon symbol, while this bronze token had a golden red sun symbol. But even though they were different, any soldier of the Mamelukes would recognize this token. This was because this was the token of the founder of the Mamelukes, Qutuz, from several hundred years ago. It was the earliest token of the Mamelukes. In the Mamelukes and all of Arabia, Qutuz had enjoyed a resounding reputation. Even now, he was a role model for countless people and was praised as a mighty hero of Arabia. His status was unshakable. There were many legends about why Qutuz had founded the Mamelukes. But among all these legends, there was one that was the most widely accepted and believed. It was said that Qutuz had originally been a mercenary of the Arabian Empire, but after his defeat in battle, he was thrown into prison and became a slave. Through a series of coincidences, he caught the attention of a certain person and was taken out of prison. This person gave him a new identity in a formation, the one used by the Mamelukes. It was rumored that Qutuz had been assisted by that person in establishing the first generation of the Mamelukes. Out of gratitude, Qutuz had forged a token. The golden red sun on the token was the agreement between Qutuz and that person, and this token became the token of the Mamelukes' first generation. But not long after this token appeared, it vanished. No one knew where it had gone. Aibak had not expected to see this token at a time like this. "Where is that person?" Aibak's expression flickered as he suddenly asked. "In the courtyard in the back." The messenger lowered his head and sternly said. Aibak's curiosity was piqued, and he temporarily pushed the matter of Talas to the back of his mind as he hurried toward the rear courtyard. In the courtyard behind the white fortress, Aibak saw the person the messenger had spoken of. This person was thin and extremely tall, and he was dressed in a black robe that draped down to the ground, giving him an extremely mysterious appearance. Behind him, there were huge carriages that were several times larger than ordinary carriages. The wheels of the carriages were as tall as a person, and they were all wrapped in black cloth from top to bottom. At a rough glance, there were 17 or 18 of these carriages, some of which were even parked outside the courtyard. "Just who are you people? Why do you have the Mamelukes' first-generation token?" Aibak coldly said, a hint of wariness in his eyes. These people had appeared far too abruptly, and Qutuz's token had always been one of the greatest mysteries in history. Although Qutuz had left behind a decree stating that anyone with this token could command the entire Mamluk army and fulfill an agreement in his place, Aibak did not dare to relax his guard until he understood the identity and background of these people. "Huh, my lord, there is no need to be nervous. It's fine if you are suspicious of us, but surely you don't even recognize this?" The tall and thin man in black faintly smiled as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a string of tadpole-like black divine characters on his wrist. These divine characters were like a bracelet that wrapped around his wrist, and in the very center was the image of a golden eye. The divine temple. Ibak's mind trembled and he lowered his head, his mind in great waves. In the entire empire, the divine hall had the supreme power, representing the gods in heaven and the caliph of the empire. They would not easily appear outside the imperial capital of Baghdad, nor would they easily contact outsiders. Ibak had never imagined that he would meet a priest of the divine temple in a place like Khorasan. So it was venerable priest. Ibak was rash. What orders does venerable priest have for coming here? Ibak respectfully said. It's not that I have any orders, but that the high priest has ordered me to deliver a gift to Milord upon learning that Milord has encountered some difficulties. In addition, that Mameluk's first-generation token is also the high priest's, not mine. The tall and thin man in black grinned. What? Ibak's body trembled, his eyes going wide as he raised his head. The high priest was the owner of the Mameluk's first-generation token. Countless thoughts flew through Ibak's mind. He suddenly recalled Qutuz's last words. Could it be that the mysterious person who had helped Qutuz establish the Mamluk army was actually the high priest? This was far too shocking. But even so, Ibak's mind was filled with an even deeper doubt. The high priest was a lofty existence in the empire. No one could compare to him, and no one dared to offend him. Although Ibak was the commander of the Mamluk army, he was still insignificant compared to the high priest. Ibak had never had the chance to meet the high priest, and the two of them had never had any contact. Ibak truly did not understand why the high priest would send someone at a time like this, and why he had even brought a gift. Venerable priest, what sort of gift has the high priest sent? Did the high priest say anything else? Lord Ibak, there is no need to ask. You will understand once you see. As the tall and thin man in black spoke, he gestured towards the back. Beside the carriage, a man with a sturdy figure and bulging muscles pulled forcefully, and the huge black cloth on the carriage was torn off. In a flash, countless soldiers looked over, and Ibak had an extremely focused expression on his face. This is. Even though Ibak had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but tremble at the sight of what was on the carriage, his mouth wide open in shock. Under the blazing sun of Khorasan, Ibak was shocked to see that the carriage that had been stripped of its black cloth was carrying a mottled and bumpy metal ball that was more than 3 men tall. Chapter 1025. A Star from Outer Space. On the carriage at the very front was a massive and intact star from outer space. This was the first time Ibak had seen such a well-preserved star from outer space. The vast majority of stars from outer space would fiercely burn as they fell. By the time they hit the ground, all that was left of them were irregular pieces of debris, known as meteoric metal. For a star to maintain its original form after falling to the ground was simply a rare sight. Most importantly, any Arab craftsman would understand that a star from outer space in such a perfect state was the best material for forging. Such a piece of armor could definitely be used to forge a large number of meteoric metal armors, and the best kind. There were 17 or 18 carriages here. Could it be, at this moment, even Ibak, famed for his cruel and merciless methods, couldn't help but gulp. This many stars from outer space was an extremely valuable gift to the Mamelukes. But how did the high priest know that I needed meteoric metal? A thought flashed through Ibak's mind as he recalled the words of the black-robed priest, and he suddenly felt an intense apprehension and respect. He had just received Abu Muslim's letter in the hall, but the high priest seemed to have foreseen it and had delivered stars from outer space ahead of time. This was an unfathomable and awe-inspiring feat, but Ibak did not think any further. Anyone who recklessly speculated about the high priest's actions would not meet a good end. "Milord, these carriages," Ibak hurriedly raised his head to change his thoughts. That's right. These 17 carriages are all stars from outer space, and the high priest has also specially gifted them to the Mamelukes. This is only the first batch. The second and third batches are already on the way, and it won't be long before they reach Khorasan. With these suits of armor, the Mamelukes will assuredly ascend to the next level and achieve even greater glory. In addition, the High Priest has also sent a powerful formation that can assist the Mamelukes on the battlefield. The tall and thin man in black said as he gestured behind him. Very soon, the black cloths on the 17 carriages were all torn off. Sure enough, the black cloths were all covered with spherical, black stars from beyond the heavens. Unbelievable. Although Ibak had already guessed this, the sight of the 17 stars on the 17 carriages still left him stunned. The probability of meteorites falling was extremely low. It was already good enough to find one, let alone 17. Furthermore, out of the 1,000 pieces of wreckage left behind by the fall of 1,000 stars, it would already be quite good if one piece was a complete sphere. However, there were 17 of them. Such a phenomenon was beyond common sense. Other than the High Priest, no one else could have done it. What request does the High Priest have? Ibak asked. One would not visit a temple for no reason, and he had never met the High Priest before. Not only had the High Priest given him a cosmic star and a formation, Ibak did not believe that the High Priest would not have any conditions. My lord is wise. As expected, the tall and thin priest chuckled. Lord Ibak can take all of these things, but the High Priest has a request, and this request does not conflict with Milord's objective. A young commander has appeared at Talas and is the High Priest's target. He hopes that Lord Ibak can take his head and deliver it to the Divine Temple. Ibak was at first dazed, then enlightened, and finally relieved. Please tell the High Priest that Ibak swears to the death to fulfill the High Priest's wish. The crushing defeat at Talas had been like a boulder crashing into the Arabian Empire, sending waves through the empire. With the High Priest's intervention, the entire war began to take a confusing turn. But one thing was certain. The first defeat had not only failed to break the will of this warring kingdom, it had only stimulated this massive empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains. Countless soldiers gathered at Khorasan, then charged into Samarkand and the Black Forest. The air was thick with the scent of war. At the same time, to the east of Talas, 60-some li away, the atmosphere was much more peaceful. The first battle was over. Whether it was the Tang dynasty, Arabia, Uzan, or the Western Turks, all four sides had suffered grievous losses and needed some breathing room to recover from the wounds of war. While the Tang dynasty was strengthening its defenses, Daluan Ruozan and the Dawusali were also welcoming their own era of peace. Walala! An Arabian hunting falcon flew down from the sky and into Daluan Ruozan's tent. What did Abu Muslim say? Daluan Ruozan was seated in front of a low square table, his head not even raised as he examined the map of the continent. This is the 17th time Abu Muslim has written to me. On the other side, Huishu Huaitsong had a long saber at his waist. He had taken the letter from the hunting falcon, glanced at it, and then closed it. This letter is the same as last time. He hopes that we can hold the east and cut off Wang Chang's retreat. It seems that Abu Muslim still has a lot of distrust for us. We watched from the sidelines in the last battle, so Abu Muslim naturally has an opinion of us. It's already very gracious of him not to curse us in his letter. Daluan Ruozan faintly smiled, unconcerned. He lowered his head and continued to study the map of the continent. But this can't be blamed on us. Before the third wave, Abu Muslim didn't even send out his own soldiers, so how could we? Moreover, we did our best the day before and suffered even more casualties than they did. As for later on, the Arabs won. Who could have imagined that they would be reversed so quickly? At the time, the Tang dynasty had 4 behemoths, and if we charged forward, we would only be throwing our lives away. How can we be blamed for this? Huishu Wizong said. There had been far too many accidents in this battle. Whether it was Huishu Huaitsong or Daluan Ruozan, neither of them wanted to see this development. Daluan Ruozan couldn't help but give a deep sigh at Huishu Wuzong's words. In truth, Abu Muslim's words aren't wrong. I truly did miscalculate this time. That person's division of the battlefield was still effective in the end. All of this was an accident for us, but it was inevitable for that person. Daluan Ruozan said. If not for Wang Chang's two steel defense lines, the Yuzhan army and the Western Turkic army would have long ago joined up with the Arabs and surrounded the Tang people. There would have been no situation like in the last battle where one side had attacked and the other side had remained uninvolved. Wang Chang's division of the battlefield had not been effective at the time, but no one could ignore its effects. Send a letter to Abu Muslim. Be more polite in your wording. Tell him that no matter what, our Yuzhan and the Western Turks will defend the eastern defense line to the death and not let the Tang people leave. This, okay. Huishu Wuzong hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. That's right, how is Dawusili doing? Daluan Ruozan suddenly thought of something and asked. With these words, the mood in the tent instantly relaxed, and a rare smile appeared on Huishu Huizong's lips. Dawusili has already become completely infatuated with formation phenomena. Ever since that day, he began to cultivate with all his might, hoping to bring the celestial wolf illusory formation to its highest level. Huishu Wuzong faintly smiled. Although he had still not found any flaws in the formation phenomena technique he had traded with Wang Chong, all the top-class commanders on the Yuzhan side knew that it was a fake. Thus, even if they obtained it, no one would examine it, much less cultivate it. Everything was calm and peaceful. But the Western Turks, their ally, were different. A mere 20 li away, the Western Turkic camp was abuzz with activity, countless soldiers loudly shouting and sweating as they galloped back and forth. This was a completely different world from the Yuzhan. Once he realizes that something's wrong, Dawusili will stop. Daluan Ruozan gently chuckled. I really can't understand it. Dawusili is a renowned general of the world, one of the strongest great generals. How could he not notice such a simple trick? Huishu Wuzong shook his head. There was not a single great general in the world who did not possess a vast breadth of vision and experience. Considering that Dawusili was one of the most outstanding of them all, it was even more incomprehensible. Men can make mistakes, and horses can stumble. Even if Dawusili is an imperial great general, it's not as if he has never made a mistake. In the end, he's still an ally. Send someone to give him a reminder. In addition, send someone to observe the Western Turks and see what they're up to. Daluan Ruozan chuckled. To tell the truth, Daluan Ruozan was rather curious as to what they had managed to do with a fake formation phenomena technique that they were still enjoying and showing no signs of stopping. Yes. I'll take care of this matter. Huishu Wuzong gave a knowing smile and quickly left the tent. Gallop. A few moments later, a horseman galloped out of the Yuzhan camp, following the official road to the east. Around 20 li later, after crossing a hill, he arrived at the Western Turkic camp. Boom! Before he had even gotten close, he could hear a peal of thunder in the distance. Puzzled, the cavalryman subconsciously raised his head to take a look, only to see that the sky was clear and boundless. There didn't seem to be any lightning. What's going on here? The horseman's heart trembled as he subconsciously pulled on the reins and slowed down, his mind filled with confusion. Did I hear wrong? As this thought flitted through his mind, the Yuzhan horseman came back to his senses and galloped toward the hill. Chapter 1026. Ha! Before he could clearly see the situation in front of him, he heard an earth-shattering roar. That voice was like a landslide or tsunami, as if thousands of people were roaring together with all their might. The cavalryman's heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously raised his head and looked over. The land several dozen li in front of him was flat, and on this land, tens of thousands of Western Turkic cavalry had formed a long vortex of steel, charging back and forth. As they yelled, they changed their formation, all of them merging into the mass. Around them, countless wolves surrounded them, howling and running. When all the men and wolves ran together, a huge aura burst out from their bodies like a tide, rushing straight into the sky. This powerful energy was so tangible that it was like a giant hand gripping the air, twisting and blurring it. From the high hills, it was impossible to see what was going on the other side. How could this be? The horseman's mind was stunned by this sight. Not long ago, when he had come here to take a look, there had been nothing like this. Tens of thousands of Western Turks were galloping across the land, their backs drenched in sweat, all of them acting like idiots. And on this scouting mission, he had never been told that he would see such a sight. Just what happened? How could they have gotten so strong in such a short time? The horseman's eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone on both sides of the Uzun and the Western Turks knew about the formation phenomena. After all, thousands of celestial wolf cavalry and Mutri great cavalry had been watching the transaction. Although the Western Turks were excited, the Uzun camp had a completely different reaction. Privately, many of them speculated that the formation phenomena were most likely fake. The reason was simple: the Prime Minister's camp was far too calm. Although Uzun had also obtained the formation phenomena, the Prime Minister had made no attempt to publicize it, much less cultivate it. If it was real, this was simply impossible. But this was only the beginning. Looking up through the distorted space above the Western Turkic army, the horsemen saw an even more astonishing sight than they had ever seen. Above the Western Turkic cavalry, more than 1,000 meters above the ground, endless clouds were gathering from all directions. These thick clouds surged like pythons, blocking out the sunlight and casting a thick shadow over the ground. Not only that, but the horsemen looked up and saw flashes of lightning in the depths of the clouds. These bolts of lightning were like silver snakes shuttling and exploding. The explosion he heard earlier was caused by these lightning bolts. These bolts of lightning were constantly changing, and they seemed to be resonating with the Turkic cavalry moving down below formation. Formation phenomena. The cavalryman's mouth was agape. He was completely dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. He had once inadvertently overheard one of his officers say that the Western Turks were too greedy and did not even know if something was real or fake. If they immediately began to cultivate it, it was very likely that they would be harmed. But the aura of the Western Turks had clearly thickened, and there were also the formation phenomena in the sky. What was going on? What he had heard and what he had seen were completely different. There's a problem. Either there was a problem with the great minister's judgment, or the formation phenomena were real. Either way, I have to report this to Prime Minister as quickly as possible. With no time to think, the horseman urged his horse around and galloped back in the direction he had come from. What? The Western Turks are cultivating formation phenomena, and their strength has rapidly increased. They're even stronger than before. In the rear, the top-class great generals of the Uzun, including Daluan Ruozan, were all dumbfounded by the news from their scouts. Report to Prime Minister. This matter is absolutely true. The scout sent to us is one of the most elite scouts in the army. He has participated in hundreds of battles, large and small, including the war between King of Generals Witadra Konglo and the Tang dynasty's Wang Zhongxi. This matter can't be wrong. One of the leaders of the Uzun vanguard solemnly said. He had immediately sensed that there was a problem with the scout's report, and before consulting Daluan Ruozan, he had cautiously dispatched several of his most experienced scouts. But all of them had reported the same thing. Within the tent, Daluan Ruozan, Dusong Mangpoj, and Huishu Wizong exchanged speechless glances. Prime Minister, that's impossible. Is that brat really that stupid? He actually gave the real thing to Dewusili. Huishu Wizong said, his brows tightly furrowed. Daluan Ruozan said nothing, a pensive look on his face. In truth, this matter isn't impossible. The people of the Central Plains have always been particular about honesty, and they don't care about the occasion. There are even times when they make grave mistakes because of this inflexibility. That Wang Chong might be an astonishing strategist, but he's still too young. For the sake of his so-called honesty, he might have handed over the real formation phenomena. In addition, didn't Gao Xianji try to destroy it? Perhaps not even they could have imagined that we would be the ones to snatch the formation phenomena. On the side, Dusong Mengpoj thought for a few moments before suggesting another possibility. He had been commanding the army outside and reinforcing the defenses, but when he heard the news, he had rushed over. It was clear that no matter what the truth was, this matter was very different from Daluan Ruozen's initial estimates. Impossible. Daluan Ruozen muttered to himself, his brow creased even deeper than the other two. All of you are underestimating that person too much. Although he's young, younger than all of us, his intelligence, schemes, and craftiness far surpass ours. He shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. But with the Western Turks, the formation phenomena Dewussili obtained truly did have an effect. Facts can't lie. If it were fake, it would never have had such an effect. Dusong Mengpoj said. Daluan Ruozen instantly fell silent. Other than his defeat to Wang Chong in the War of the Southwest, Daluan Ruozen rarely had any doubts. But in this matter, Daluan Ruozen was forced to admit that there was a problem with his judgment. Let's go and take a look. On the outermost perimeter of the Western Turkic camp, Daluan Ruozen, Wuxia Wuzan, Dusong Mengpoj, Huoba Senji, and a few other Uzan commanders had gathered together and were looking into the distance. The twisting space beneath the clear skies and the roiling thunderclouds that had appeared out of nowhere left all of them speechless. Even Daluan Ruozen was somewhat unsure of what to do. Prime Minister. Huoba Senji's name instantly focused everyone's eyes on Daluan Ruozen. Although no one said anything, their meaning was clear. The facts were right before their eyes. Dewussili had obtained those letters from Wang Chong, had truly cultivated the formation phenomena, and had even strengthened the celestial wolf cavalry. If all of this was fake, then nothing in the world was real. At this time, even Wuxia Wuzan, who had always followed Daluan Ruozen and had absolute faith in his decisions, was speechless. But in the end, Wuxia Wuzan still decided to say a few words on Daluan Ruozen's behalf. This matter needs to be considered at length. I believe that the great minister's judgment will not be wrong. Wuxia Wuzan said. Wuxia, there's no need to explain for me. Daluan Ruozen bitterly smiled. The facts are right before our eyes. Dewussili truly has benefited from this. It's no wonder that the Western Turks are doing their utmost to train day and night. Perhaps we were wrong about Dewussili from the start. He did not do this without reason. Then, Prime Minister, do we also need to train? Huoba Senji asked, clearly tempted. The letters recording the formation phenomena were in Daluan Ruozen's hands. If they were fake, Huoba Senji wouldn't have even glanced at them. But the Western Turks had the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, and Uzan had the Mutri Great Cavalry. If the Celestial Wolf Cavalry could get much stronger by cultivating the formation phenomena, the Mutri Great Cavalry would definitely be able to do the same. As the highest-ranking commander of the Mutri Great Cavalry, Huoba Senji could not possibly not think about this. Dusong Mengpoj and Wuxia Wuzan both frowned, but they said nothing and turned to Daluan Ruozen. Wait a little longer. Let me think about it some more. Daluan Ruozen said. Daluan Ruozen rarely found himself in a difficult situation, but this time, he was forced to admit that he was truly finding it rather difficult to make a decision. While Daluan Ruozen was observing from the distant hills, no one noticed that a Western Turkic scout had turned his gaze away from Daluan Ruozen's group and galloped toward Dewussili's position. Great General, I've discovered Uzan's men in the distance. Should we take action? The scout respectfully said, one knee on the ground. Daluan Ruozen. Dewussili faintly smiled and glanced in the direction of the hills, but he quickly looked away and nonchalantly shook his head. Let them be. In any case, they won't be able to see anything. How could Dewussili not know what Daluan Ruozen was thinking? Daluan Ruozhen was still thinking too simply. When it came to formation phenomena, Wuxia was actually much more cautious than Daluan Ruozhen. All was fair in war. How could he believe 3 sheets of paper that Wang Chong had casually tossed out? How could this be? If Wang Chong had given him the real first half but tampered with the second half, wouldn't Wuxia have fallen for his trick? Given Wuxia's status and reputation as the Celestial Wolf Great General, he would probably become a laughingstock if such a thing were to get out. Thus, the moment he had obtained the formation phenomena, he had selected a portion of his soldiers and had them train according to the contents of the first and second scrolls. If it was fake and had no effect or side effects, Wuxia could just stop. At most, he would lose a few hundred soldiers. But if it was real, everything would be different. No matter what, Wuxia did not believe that something that Anshi war god Gao Xianji had fought so hard for could be as simple as a fake character. Daluan Ruozhen, you're still too cautious. Wuxia faintly smiled, a sharp light in his eyes. Chapter 1027. How are Shamshak and Chekenbenba? Have all the soldiers been checked? Have they found anything strange? I want to know every detail. If they feel the slightest discomfort, report it to me immediately. Wuxia quickly put the matter of Daluan Ruozhen to the back of his mind. He stared at the leader of his guards, his eyes stern and cautious. Reporting to Great General, we've carefully checked 5 or 6 times, and every soldier has been checked. Everyone, including Shamshak and Chekenbenba, has found that everything is normal. The formation phenomena have a strengthening effect on everyone, and everyone's cultivation has become firmer and more solid. Moreover, there have been no side effects. The leader of Wuxia's guards respectfully reported. The Western Turkic camp appeared to be bustling with activity on the surface, but it was actually very careful on the inside. The witch doctors, the elite experts, and even the Celestial Wolf Great General Wuxia were constantly monitoring the state of the army. The slightest disturbance would be immediately reported to Wuxia. But reality showed that they had been too cautious. There had been no problem with the contents of the 3 books on formation phenomena. Very good. Wuxia gave a long sigh of relief, a gratified smile on his lips. All his efforts had finally paid off. The formation phenomena that he had pursued for more than half his life had finally come to fruition. Starting from this moment, the entire Celestial Wolf Cavalry and even the future Western Turkic Khaganate would be completely different. Now, it's finally my turn to cultivate. Faintly smiling, Wuxia quickly turned and returned to his tent. Gallop. As Wuxia was returning to his tent, no one noticed that in another part of the Turkic camp, far away from Daluan Ruozhen, a fully armored Tang dynasty horseman riding a Turkic horse gave the distant Western Turkic army a deep glance, then turned around and galloped off into the distance. I have to report this to Marquis as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the cavalry disappeared without a trace. The towering walls of Talas had been repaired and reinforced by Zhang Shouji and his 7,000 or 8,000 craftsmen, all traces of battle had been erased. The entire castle merged with the 100,000 Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation underground, becoming more and more majestic, magnificent, and difficult to break through. In this aspect, Huang Batian and the earth element ability users of Wuxiang village played an important role. The group of people used their powerful earth-type abilities to guide the surrounding energy of the earth into the formation. This allowed the 100,000 Rakshasa earthen stronghold formation to receive a large amount of energy, making it even stronger than before. Outside Talas, after days of constant reinforcement, the 2 steel defense lines had been re-established. In addition, having learned from the previous lesson, Zhang Shouji had added many sharp spikes to the steel walls, making them even more difficult to break through. At the same time, Zhang Shouji had the craftsmen pour a large amount of molten iron into the base of the steel walls. When the molten iron hardened into steel, it made the base even heavier and more difficult to move. the tens of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers trained day and night between the two steel defense lines, ready to fight at any moment. But at this moment, Wang Chong was not within the steel walls. Far away in another direction, Wang Chong was squatting on a massive boulder, motionless. It seems like this is the end. Wang Chong muttered to himself as he looked forward. Whoosh! The wilderness was quiet, and there were only bursts of heavy and muddy breathing that sounded like thunder. Across from Wang Chong, a massive creature lay motionless on the ground. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to believe that this was that savage and domineering giant ape of boundless strength. The giant ape's eyelids were drooping, and its scarlet eyes were devoid of their previous savagery and cruelty. Instead, they seemed to be a little listless. That mountainous body also seemed to have lost all of its strength. It crawled on the ground, faintly revealing a trace of fatigue. More importantly, the giant ape's majestic life force had become much dimmer. It was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. It had been 4 or 5 days since the conclusion of the battle, but the giant ape was still alive. This was much longer than Wang Chong had expected. The giant ape was a massive deterrent to all the factions in Talas. As long as the giant ape lived, the Tang dynasty would have one more day to prepare. And one more day that the Uzan, the Western Turks, and the Arabs would not dare to act recklessly. In order to prolong the giant ape's life, Wang Chong had used every method he could think of. This included bringing the giant ape into the wilderness, far away from the city of Talas. At the same time, he retracted his psychic energy and allowed the giant ape to regain control of its mind. In this way, the giant ape would not be harmed, nor would it instinctively harm the Tang dynasty army in Talas. But even so, the giant ape's brain had begun to degenerate and wither. At the start, the giant ape had gained control of its own mind and would beat its chest and roar at the heavens. But now, even though Wang Chong had retracted his psychic energy, the giant ape remained very quiet, motionless on the ground. It had lost all of its former vigor. Wang Chong knew that the giant ape was about to die. Whoosh! The giant ape panted, its scarlet eyes staring at Wang Chong, seemingly tinged with a special emotion. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a little stirred in his heart. Although the giant ape was just a beast with no human intelligence, after fighting side by side with it for so long, how could Wang Chong not feel anything for it? Time slowly passed, and after some time, the motionless giant ape looked at Wang Chong. Suddenly, it gave one final whimper and then fell silent. Wang Chong sighed and stepped forward. Extending his right hand, he slowly closed the behemoth's eyelids. Goodbye. A gloomy light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. The giant ape was truly dead this time. The wilderness was quiet. Other than the rock eagles circling in the air, there was no other sound. Wang Chong didn't even need to turn his head to know that several tens of thousands of zhang away, several pairs of eyes were silently watching him. These were the scouts of the Arabs, Uzan, and Western Turks. Ever since the end of the war, the three sides had been sending out scouts day and night to investigate the giant ape's movements and wait for news of its death. Wang Chong was well aware that as long as the giant ape remained motionless, the three sides would not be able to discover it. This would at least buy the Tang dynasty a little more time. Gallop, gallop. As he was thinking, the rock eagles suddenly cried out in the sky. In the distance, 3 horsemen suddenly turned around and galloped back in the direction they had come from. Wang Chong immediately sensed something and turned his head in the direction of the city of Talas. In that direction, he saw a group of cavalry from the Qixi Protectorate galloping over. As they galloped, they divided into 4 groups, 3 of which pursued the Western Turks, the Uzan, and the Arab scouts while the rest galloped in his direction. General Cheng, what's wrong? Did something happen with the Western Turks? Wang Chong faintly smiled as he looked at Cheng Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, and the Qixi Protectorate soldiers galloping toward him. How did you know? Qing Qianli was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Chong to guess before he had even said anything. Heh, it's not that hard to guess. Abu Muslim has just suffered a major defeat, so he definitely won't let the matter rest. He'll definitely continue to mobilize his army in the rear. But after suffering such heavy losses, no matter how formidable the Arabs are, they won't be able to do much in 4 or 5 days. As for Daluan Ruozan, even the Mutri great cavalry guarding the royal capital have been mobilized. The Uzan Empire probably doesn't have many soldiers left. The only one left is the Western Turks. Milord, speak. What's going on with Dawusali? Wang Chong faintly smiled. A complicated matter suddenly became incomparably simple in his tireless narration. The scouts reported that after obtaining the formation phenomena, Dawusali began to train day and night. Most importantly, according to the contents of your letter, they actually managed to cultivate formation phenomena, and compared to before, the cultivation of all the soldiers has improved significantly. After a few moments of silence, Qing Qianli quickly explained the reason for his visit. Wang Chong was the sole person in charge of the transaction with Dawusali. Neither Qing Qianli nor Gao Xianji knew much about the details. Qing Qianli had no doubts about Wang Chong's abilities, but the reports from his scouts over the last few days had left him rather uneasy. Wang Chong, are you sure that the contents of the letter are correct? In the end, Qing Qianli couldn't help but ask. The Tang dynasty was currently at war with the Western Turks. Although Dawusali and Daluan Ruozan had retreated, they had not truly retreated. Instead, they were blocking the road back to the east. Their intentions were clear and obvious. The fact that the Western Turks had gotten stronger after cultivating the fake formation phenomena given to them by Wang Chong was not a good sign. Is that so? The Western Turks have gotten stronger so quickly? To Qing Qianli's surprise, Wang Chong's eyes brightened at Qing Qianli's words, as if he had heard some good news. Qing Qianli had wanted to ask a few more questions, but Wang Chong's reaction left him dumbfounded. Lord Qing, be at ease. It's not that easy for Dawusali to cultivate the true formation phenomena. In truth, even if he wanted to extract some of the secrets of formation phenomena, it would be impossible. This is because this path simply does not lead to the true formation phenomena. Wang Chong faintly smiled, his expression calm and composed. He exuded a strength that could make others submit to him. For a moment, Qing Qianli was dumbfounded. He had originally believed that he had made a major mistake, which was why he had come in such a rush. Qing Qianli was a knowledgeable and experienced top-class general, and he was not just a simple general when it came to strategy. But in front of Wang Chong, Qing Qianli had to admit that his intelligence was simply not enough. Chapter 1028. Milord, you'll understand in the future that Dawusali is a schemer and extremely suspicious. It's impossible to deceive such a top general with ordinary methods. In order to trick him step by step, one must use some extraordinary methods. If my guess is correct, after seeing the formation phenomena of the army and the formation phenomena in the sky, Dawusali's suspicions should have dissipated and he should have begun to cultivate. Wang Chong stood up from the giant rock and lightly jumped down, his expression relaxed. If you want a lion to take the bait, you must let the lion eat the meat, and the hook must be buried in the meat. Qing Qianli was taken aback, but then he understood. The Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. This was the content of the letter he had sent to Dawusali. In the apocalyptic era, although the earth had withered and the people had been plunged into misery and suffering, martial arts had reached an unprecedented peak. In the process of the emergence of the formation phenomena, countless geniuses had contributed their own wisdom and researched different versions of it. Among all the versions of formation phenomena, there was one that everyone in the apocalyptic era knew of. It was the version developed by a recluse called Master Lu Xian. To a certain extent, the fame of this version even surpassed the true version of formation phenomena. The reason for this was not because this version of formation phenomena was powerful, nor was it because there was something special about it. Rather, it was because it was the most misleading version of all the later versions of formation phenomena. In the early stages of the research and development of formation phenomena, there were many difficulties and many problems, and the progress was unsatisfactory. There were even many people who believed that formation phenomena had already been lost and that it was impossible for them to reappear. It was at this time that the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena appeared. The obvious enhancement effect and the vast phenomena left everyone gasping in amazement. Many martial artists who were studying formation phenomena put down their work and went over in admiration. After the initial verification of the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, this version was rapidly disseminated in the army, and esteemed Six Mysteries was also greatly praised. Because of this version, the research and development of formation phenomena came to a complete halt. At that time, everyone believed that formation phenomena had finally seen the light of day and that the Six Mysteries version was the ultimate form. But soon, this version of formation phenomena revealed its massive natural flaw and terrifying consequences. It was as if there was a path that led straight to the top of the mountain in a dense forest filled with thorns. Everyone's joy was imaginable, but no one expected that this path would lead to a high cliff. After cultivating formation phenomena for 1 to 3 months, the various consequences of the Six Mysteries version began to appear, including chaotic stellar energy, knotted meridians, and reversed blood qi flow. After a period of time, the symptoms rapidly worsened, and in the end, a large number of people who cultivated formation phenomena began to suffer from cultivation deviation, their bodies becoming paralyzed. This scene shocked everyone, and the army issued an urgent order to stop all cultivation of the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena. But the consequences had already been created. At the beginning, everyone believed that there was some flaw in the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, and everyone invested their intelligence in the hope of finding the problem and fixing the flaw. But reality was completely different from what they had imagined. The more they studied the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, the more they discovered that it had an innate flaw that could not be fixed. It had completely led everyone onto a different path, and they would never be able to reach the true end. The deeper they cultivated, the higher their strength increased, the greater the disaster they would suffer, to the point where it was difficult to turn back, and they had completely lost the chance to turn back. 1, 2, 3. More and more people discovered the flaw in the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, and in the end, even esteemed Six Mysteries discovered the problem. Esteemed Six Mysteries was filled with guilt. Although he had good intentions and hadn't intended for this to happen, the damage he had caused was beyond his wildest imagination. No one blamed him, but not long after, esteemed Six Mysteries disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where he had gone. After the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, everyone learned their lesson and began their research anew. Although it had taken a long time and been delayed by esteemed Six Mysteries matter, with everyone's combined strength, the ancient power of formation phenomena had seen the light of day once more. A person like Wuxia was as cunning as a fox, and if he wasn't given some benefits, he would never take the bait. More importantly, Wang Chong knew that long before the apocalypse, Wuxia had sent people into the interior to search for those people who were researching formation phenomena and rob them. Later on, when the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena appeared, Wuxia had been one of the people who had actively cultivated it. For a person who was so obsessed with formation phenomena to encounter the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, the effects could be imagined. Now that Wang Chong had given him the Six Mysteries version of formation phenomena, it would be strange if Wuxia could hold back. If everything went as expected, once Wuxia began to cultivate it, the flaws of the Six Mysteries version would begin to show on Wuxia. This celestial wolf great general of the Western Turks would find it difficult to maintain his peak great general level. Everything had been decided the moment Wuxia had kidnapped Chen Bin. All that was left was to wait for the final result. So Wuxia was already part of your plan. Since this is the case, I will report this to Lord Protector General in a little while. In the future, there will be no need to send anyone to investigate the Western Turks. Qing Qianli's expression relaxed, and he paused for a moment before continuing. That's right, there's another matter. A special guest has come to the city of Talas. Lord Protector General has asked me to invite you over. Oh. Wang Chong froze, his curiosity piqued. Talas was currently a dangerous place for military strategists, and he truly had no idea who would come at a time like this, much less make Gao Xianji send Qing Qianli to invite him. Let's go. The mood in the main hall of Talas was solemn. The moment Wang Chong stepped in, he immediately saw the guest that Qing Qianli had spoken of. But even though Wang Chong had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be flabbergasted at the sight of this guest. The guest that Qing Qianli spoke of was around 1.8 meters tall, with a slender figure, deep blue eyes, long wavy hair, and a thick beard. He stood out like a sore thumb in the hall. In terms of appearance, this person was completely different from the Tang people. On the contrary, he was rather similar to the greatest foe of the Tang dynasty, the Arabs. But a moment later, Wang Chong's eyes flickered as he glanced at the cloth this person was wearing, a thought flitting through his mind. Lord Protector General, this is. Wang Chong turned his head to Gao Xianji, who was seated at a long table in the hall, a questioning look in his eyes. Wang Chong, you've come at just the right time. Not too long ago, this person charged into the city and was almost mistaken for an Arab and killed by our men. This person kept shouting and acting strangely, so we went to find Wan Shuyang. Wan Shuyang told us that he was not an Arab, but a Khorasani, and that he had important information to tell us. But he always emphasized that he would only speak if he saw you. Otherwise, he would rather die than speak. Oh. A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, and he quickly turned to the Khorasani. As expected. When he had first seen this person, Wang Chong had already guessed that he really was a Khorasani. But there was one thing that Wang Chong did not understand. Khorasan was extremely far to the west of Talas, and it was one of the heartland of the Arabian Empire. Even the merchants of the Tang dynasty on the Silk Road rarely went there, much less Wang Chong. Wang Chong truly did not understand how these Khorasani, whom he had never interacted with, knew of him and insisted on meeting him. Marquis, I've asked around. He truly is a Khorasani. I traveled there in my early years, and the Khorasani are different from the Arabs. He might really be able to provide us with some assistance. A familiar voice rang out beside his ear. It was Yuan Shusong, who was dressed in a loose robe and had a cultured and refined aura. You are that young commander of the Tang dynasty? At this moment, the statue-like Khorasani in the hall suddenly spoke, his green eyes staring at Wang Chong. Wan Shuyang was taken aback, and he quickly took on the role of translator. You know of me? Wang Chong nodded in surprise. No. To his surprise, the Khorasani shook his head. But I've heard of you. You defeated the governor of Iron and Blood Abu Muslim at Talas. Abu Muslim is an important minister of Arabia and also the foe of our Khorasan. He has never suffered a defeat in his life and has destroyed countless countries. For you to defeat him means that you are a supreme hero. Wang Chong froze for a moment, and then he began to smile. This was the first time he had heard such a high evaluation from a Khorasani to the west of the Tsong Mountains. Our people said that you wanted to see me and that you have extremely important information. What is this information you speak of? Wang Chong got straight to the point. Abu Muslim is our foe. It was he who led the Arab army to destroy our Sassanid dynasty. While you were fighting with the Arabs on the front lines, the Arab Mamelukes and other soldiers were slaughtering our people in the rear. All of Khorasan is littered with corpses. You and us, we have a common enemy. The tall and thin Khorasani said, his eyes red. Everyone in the hall glanced at each other in surprise. No one had expected such a thing to happen in Khorasan behind the Arabs. As for what Wang Chong had sensed, few people in this era knew of Khorasan. As for the Sassanid dynasty, very few people, including Gao Xianji, knew of it. But Wang Chong knew that at another time, this name had a thunderous and even more illustrious name, Persia. But what moved Wang Chong the most was not this. Rather, it was the words that the Khorasani had mentioned. The Mamluk army. No wonder I haven't seen them. They were suppressing the Khorasani uprising in the rear. Chapter 1029. In Wang Chong's memories, the Mamelukes, the strongest force of cavalry on the continent, should have appeared here during the Battle of Talas. But because of his interference, Gao Xianji's entry into the city of Talas, the battle had begun much earlier, and the behemoth army had appeared while the Mamelukes had remained in the rear to suppress the Khorasani uprising. Everything had gone completely awry. And Khorasan was unquestionably another variable. The Arabs are extremely ambitious, and their thirst for war and conquest knows no bounds. This time, it was our Sassanid dynasty that fell, and next time, it will be your eastern world. Talas is only the beginning, not the end. The Khorasani continued, his expression extremely solemn. In the hall, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji discreetly glanced at each other. This Khorasani truly was rather special. His judgment of the Arabs was exactly the same as that of Wang Chong and Gao Xianji. What do you hope to obtain? Wang Chong suddenly asked. I hope that we can work together to deal with the Arabs. The tall and thin Khorasani sternly said. All of you might not know this, but although Abu Muslim has been temporarily defeated, he has already begun to recruit new soldiers. One of the strongest governors of Arabia, the governor of War, Qutayba, and governor of Cairo, Osman, have already led soldiers to Talas to reinforce Abu Muslim. Qutayba has an illustrious reputation in Arabia, and he is even stronger than Abu Muslim. All the countries he has conquered, from top to bottom, have been slaughtered, leaving no one alive. More importantly, they have many fierce generals under their command, and their soldiers are extremely powerful. With the soldiers of these two people and Abu Muslims, in the next battle, you will see at least 400,000 soldiers at Talas. Buzz. Everyone in the hall, including Wang Chong and Gao Xianji, paled at these words. In the last war, the Tang dynasty, the Uzan, the Western Turks, and the Arabs had all suffered grievous losses. If Abu Muslim only had this small number of soldiers, he wouldn't have much of an effect on the Tang dynasty, but if the three sides joined forces and the Arabs mustered another 400,000 soldiers, this war would become extremely disadvantageous to the Tang. At the very least, the Tang dynasty's forces at Talas could not deal with 400,000 Arab soldiers. Moreover, one Abu Muslim was already very difficult to deal with. If two more Arab governors came, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. In addition, Abu Muslim's defeat has attracted the attention of the Caliph. Before, he had only treated you as an ordinary country of the East, but now that Qutayba and Osman had arrived, it was clear that the Caliph now viewed you as Arabia's strongest foe. The only time three governors working together on an expedition to the East is when the Arabs conquered our Sassanid dynasty. The tall and thin Khorasani sternly said. Khorasan was now part of Arabia's territory. In the Arabian Empire, which spanned more than 10 million square kilometers, Khorasan was definitely one of its core regions. It was possible to gather information that the Tang dynasty could not. In addition, the Arabs are warlike by nature and cannot accept defeat. You have already stimulated their ambition to conquer the East. Many Arab governors are already paying attention to this place. If you cannot hold Talas and completely defeat Qutayba and Abu Muslim, then many more governors will follow. Their soldiers will continue to pour into the east until they conquer the entire eastern world. Rumble. The Khorasani's words immediately set off a massive uproar in the hall. Bastard! These Arabs are too arrogant. Do they think that the Tang dynasty is one of those small countries they've encountered before? If not for Goguryeo, Uzan, Mengshi Zhao, and the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates holding them back, would the Tang dynasty be unable to deal with Abu Muslim? Arabia has many governors, but does the Tang dynasty not have any other great generals? The crown prince's grand guardian Wang Zhongxi is still in the capital, the Tongluo still has 20,000 elite cavalry, and the capital has 100,000 imperial army soldiers. Does the Arabs think that the Tang dynasty is one of those small countries? If it weren't for the fact that we can't mobilize our soldiers, the Arabs would be nothing. The generals in the hall were seething with rage. Only Wang Chong and Gao Xianji remained silent, their hearts heavy. The Tang dynasty did not lack soldiers, nor did it lack top-class great generals. The anger of these generals also illustrated the predicament that the Tang dynasty was in. It had far too many enemies. 80% of the 600,000 soldiers and great generals of the Tang dynasty were tied up on the border. The people of the Central Plains were farmers, completely different from the nomadic tribes of the Turks and Arabs. The armies of the Central Plains were primarily defensive, and their greater responsibility was to protect the ordinary people who farmed. They were not like the Turks and Arabs, who lived and died in battle, whose mission was to expand and conquer. The Arabs could mobilize a large number of soldiers in a single battle, 60 to 80% of their forces. But the Tang dynasty was different. It was already quite impressive that they could mobilize 2 imperial great generals for a war on the border. This was a fact that had not changed in Wang Chong's memories, not even after several thousand years had passed. How do you wish for us to work together? Wang Chong suddenly asked, his voice solemn. Wang Chong had never interacted with the Khorasani before, but Wang Chong had heard of them. The Khorasani were brave, warlike, and fearless of death. The fact that they were able to stubbornly resist decades after being conquered by the Arabs was proof enough. In the areas conquered by the Arabs, this sort of situation was extremely rare. In Khorasan, our Sassanid dynasty still has one last force, around 8,000 Aswaran cataphracts. This is the strongest force of our Sassanid dynasty and the force that the Arabs most desire to find and destroy. The reason they mobilized the Mamelukes is to deal with our Aswaran cataphracts. After a few moments of silence, the tall and thin Khorasani suddenly said something that no one expected. Towards the end of the Arab conquest of our Sassanid dynasty, the emperor, for the sake of restoring the dynasty, personally ordered the Aswaran cataphracts to go into hiding. Thus, even after the fall of the empire, the Arabs were never able to find this legendary force of heavy cavalry of the Sassanid dynasty. This was a sore point for the caliph. In the last few decades, no matter how many soldiers the Arabs have stationed in Khorasan, we have always been able to deal them a heavy blow. The Aswaran cataphracts are our last force and cannot be mobilized lightly. But if you can defeat the Arabs at Talas, defeat Qutayba, Abu Muslim, and Osman, we can mobilize the Aswaran cataphracts and coordinate with you to deal them a heavy blow when they retreat. Boom! The moment the tall and thin Khorasani spoke, the voice of the Stone of Destiny rang out in Wang Chong's ears. Side mission, Aswaran cataphracts, begin. This is the last force of the Sassanid dynasty and the greatest reliance of the Khorasani. It has been tempered by fire and blood, and it has achieved countless glories. This is the last bloodline of a dynasty. User has defeated Abu Muslim and dealt a heavy blow to the Arabs, drawing their attention. This is the last hope of the Khorasani. The Khorasani wish to ally with the Tang dynasty, but they are also cautious. Only by completing the second mission and defeating the Arabs will User be able to obtain the final trust of the Khorasani. In the future, this will be User's firmest ally in the western regions and the Tsong Mountains. For mission success, User will be rewarded with 2,000 points of destiny energy and the assistance of the legendary Aswaran cataphracts. For mission failure, 4,000 points of destiny energy will be deducted. In addition, the world shackles will be added to the list. Note, there is only one chance. If the mission fails, User will no longer have any contact with the Khorasani. This is the first and last time that the Khorasani will extend an olive branch of goodwill to the Tang dynasty. The voice continued to howl down like a waterfall, but no one but Wang Chong could hear it. Wang Chong stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. This was not because of the Stone of Destiny's voice, but because of the information it had revealed. The Aswaran cataphracts. They could definitely rank in the top 3 of the continent's cavalry. As a nomadic and warlike people, the Sassanid dynasty shared many similarities with the Arabian Empire, including the strength of their cavalry. Before Wang Chong ascended to the position of Grand Marshal of the world and became the war saint, he had read about the various factions and civilizations, including the fallen Sassanid dynasty. The strongest cavalry of the Sassanid dynasty were the Aswaran cataphracts, just like the Mamelukes of the Arabian Empire. The two were different methods of achieving the same result, and they were equally powerful in battle. There was even a rumor that the Mamelukes had borrowed a lot of inspiration from the nearby Aswaran cataphracts of the Sassanid dynasty. This was because the Aswaran cataphracts had been established and flourished much earlier than the Mamelukes. But in Wang Chong's understanding, this most powerful force of the Sassanid dynasty had vanished decades ago, buried in the dust of history. But Wang Chong had never imagined that he would hear news of the Aswaran cataphracts in this manner. Wang Chong said nothing, only glanced at Gao Xianji, both of them seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. The Tang dynasty had just experienced a major war in the southwest and was currently short on soldiers. No matter what sort of request the Khorasani had, it would have no effect on the Tang dynasty. Moreover, if they could obtain the help of these Khorasani, they would be able to plant a nail in the heart of the Arabian Empire, allowing them to obtain at any time a large amount of information that the Tang dynasty currently lacked. Yuan Qing, make arrangements to take him away and receive him well. In addition, Sir Yuan, please tell him that we agree to his request for an alliance. I am confident that the Tang dynasty and the Sassanid dynasty will be able to establish a firm friendship. Yes. Chapter 1030. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Shi Yuan Qing and Wen Shuyang had already brought the Khorasani into the inner hall, where he was received by Shi Yuan Qing and Wen Shuyang. After asking him a few questions, the Khorasani was quietly escorted out of the city. Wang Chong, you also heard what that Khorasani said. The situation is not good for us. After sending off the Khorasani, Gao Xianji sat down in front of his desk, his brow tightly furrowed in concern. Everyone had seen just how powerful Abu Muslim was. One of his punches could even contend against the giant ape. Add in 2 governors of the same level and even more soldiers, and the current state of Talas would not be able to hold out against such a force. Wang Chong said nothing, but his eyes were also filled with concern. How could he not know what Gao Xianji had said? The Arabs could mobilize far more soldiers than the Tang dynasty could. We only have 2 choices at the moment. The first option was to immediately withdraw and return to the Great Tang before the Arabs arrived in force. Given the current strength of Daluan Ruozan and the Western Turks, we will find it very difficult to stop them. Gao Xianji said. But if we do this, we will lose the city of Talas. This strategic fortress is at the throat of the Arabs' eastward advance. Once we leave, it will be very difficult to find such a strategic location. Moreover, once we cross the Tsong Mountains, we will enter the interior of Anxi. Right now, we have to stop the Arabs at Talas so that nothing changes in the western regions, but once the Arabs enter Anxi, it's hard to say if the kingdoms of the western regions will still be able to maintain their neutrality. Wang Chong shook his head. How could he not have thought of what Gao Xianji said? However, this path simply wasn't feasible. At Talas, the Arabs were currently facing only Arabia, the Western Turks, and the Uzan. But if they retreated to the western regions, the Tang dynasty would have to face the kingdoms of the western regions as well. At that time, the situation was probably even worse than it was now. Sai, I wanted to discuss it with you, but you've already thought of it. On the way to Talas, you should have seen that the entire western regions is in chaos. Talas has not yet been defeated, and I am still here, but the western regions are already like this. If we retreat to the western regions, the countries will only become more chaotic. They might even be bribed by the Arabs to attack us, just like the Karluks. At that time, we will truly have internal and external troubles. The Tang dynasty has been operating in the western regions for more than 200 years. In the end, it proved that everyone's rule was a failure. After saying this, Gao Xianji raised his head and let out a long sigh, revealing a deep sense of frustration and disappointment. He had been operating in the western regions for 10-some years and had been hailed as the Anshi war god, but after the Battle of Talas, he had been unable to recruit anyone other than a few mercenaries. Among all the countries, no one was willing to join the war and help the Tang dynasty. On the contrary, once the Tang dynasty retreated to the western regions, they might defect to the Arabs. This was truly a failure. How could someone as proud as Gao Xianji endure this? Wang Chang's lips parted, but he hesitated. The Tang dynasty was still too soft on the western regions. There was a saying that went, "The who fear might, but they do not cherish virtue." The people of the Central Plains had spent several thousand years to understand this morality. Benevolence and righteousness prevailed in the Central Plains, and it was taken for granted that the people of the western regions would be like the Central Plains, benevolent and righteous. This was completely wishful thinking. In the western regions, there was only one law: strength is revered. The countries of the western regions only needed to attach themselves to the strongest person. As for softness and benevolence, they had no meaning to them. They were two different civilizations, yet they took it for granted. It would be strange if they could succeed. But with a war at hand, this was not the time to discuss such matters. Moreover, there were many reasons for the policy of softness in the western regions, and Gao Xianji could not be completely blamed for it. "Milord, there is no need to blame yourself. The Tang dynasty has not reached that level, and we may not necessarily lose this war. As for the matter of Anshi, it is not too late to consider it after this war is over." Wang Chong comforted him. Gao Xianji nodded, quickly regaining his composure. He had always been calm and composed in front of outsiders, rarely revealing his inner weaknesses, even in front of Qing Qianli and Feng Changqing. To be able to say these words to Wang Chong, he clearly regarded Wang Chong as a peer, a confidant with whom he could discuss many issues. Although Qing Qianli and Feng Changqing were not bad and had their own talents, when it came to the art of war, deployment, martial arts, and strategy, they were still a little lacking. So when Gao Xianji talked in front of them, he still held back a little. Only Wang Chong could make Gao Xianji treat him so calmly and divulge everything, no matter how big or small. The situation truly hasn't reached that stage yet. But for us, Talas is far better than the western regions for the decisive battle. Moreover, once we retreat to the western regions, the Arabs can take a detour at any time and advance into Longxi or the interior, which is even more disadvantageous to us. No matter what, we cannot leave Talas. Gao Xianji sternly said. Thus, there is only one path left. We must report the situation to the imperial court as quickly as possible and request reinforcements. Wang Chong nodded. He and Gao Xianji shared the same view on this point. Abu Muslim was the Arab governor of the east, and he commanded the soldiers of a region, just like the Anshi Protectorate Army and the Qixi Protectorate of the Tang dynasty. But if other governors were added to the mix, the situation would be completely different. Based on what that Khorasani had said, Qutayba commanded the soldiers of the north, equivalent to Abu Muslim. And there was also Governor Osman of Cairo. Moreover, the Caliph of Arabia was preparing to send the Mamelukes. The nature of this battle had completely changed at this moment. The war had officially escalated from a local war to a large-scale frontal battle between armies. The Arabs had gathered at least 30 to 40% of their soldiers. Just the soldiers of Wang Chong and Gao Xianji were far from enough to deal with such a massive force. Lord Protector General and I coincidentally shared the same view. But my seniority in the army is too shallow, and I simply cannot persuade the imperial court. I fear that I will require Lord Protector General's cooperation in this matter. Wang Chong sternly said. Be at ease. I will join you in writing a grievous complaint. This battle is of the utmost importance. Just like that Khorasani said, the Arabs have boundless ambitions. If they can capture Talas, the Arabs will have allies in Uzan and the Western Turks to the east of the Tsong Mountains, and then all the Arab armies will march east. The Tang dynasty will probably encounter a foe it has not encountered in centuries. Gao Xianji worriedly said. As an outstanding great general, Gao Xianji had a sharper and more far-sighted vision than many others. I am only worried that the ministers of the court have not participated in the battle and simply do not understand the gravity of this battle, nor do they understand what awaits us if we lose this battle. At that time, it will not be as simple as winning the Battle of Talas. When a tiger shows an opening, the pack of wolves will pounce. Moreover, there are also people from King Qi's faction in the court, and they love to scheme, even more than the safety of the country. Based on their past behavior, I'm afraid that they will definitely think of all kinds of ways to obstruct us from submitting the petition. In addition, the imperial court currently has no soldiers to use. Gao Xianji gave a deep sigh. For the Battle of Talas, he had sent several dozen letters requesting reinforcements from the imperial court. In the end, only Wang Chong's Qixi Protectorate, Wuxia's cavalry, and the soldiers the imperial court had mobilized had arrived with, a total of only 60,000 soldiers. As for the other 60,000 soldiers, they had all been hired from the western regions by Wang Chong at great expense. Given his status as Anxi Protector General and his 2 months of work, this was all he had gotten. One could easily imagine the situation the Tang dynasty was in. Wang Chong fell silent. In a flash, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. He naturally understood the problem Gao Xianji was talking about, but the Tang dynasty was not Arabia. They had far too many restraints. The Tang dynasty had many enemies on its borders, and if the armies of the various countries were added together, they would probably number 2 to 3 million. It was already quite impressive that the Tang dynasty could use this number of soldiers to hold them down. Not only that, just as Gao Xianji had said, King Qi was still a massive obstacle. It seems like I can't keep him around any longer. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. If the Tang dynasty wanted to revive and survive the calamity, King Qi's faction would always be a massive obstacle. For the first time, Wang Chong felt that King Qi was a massive threat. Whether it was for the Central Plains or the Tang dynasty, King Qi could no longer remain in the imperial court. Lord Protector General, be at ease. Even if King Qi's faction obstructs the imperial court, I have my own ways to resolve the matter. I just need Lord Protector General to prepare 2 letters for me. Seeing Gao Xianji's curious and inquisitive gaze, Wang Chong did not hide anything. The other letter is for my grandfather. Gao Xianji froze for a moment before understanding dawned on him, and a look of respect appeared on his face. Duke Jiu of the Tang dynasty was the prime minister of the Golden Age, a minister who had once served the emperor. At the same time, he was an important minister who had worked together with the Holy Emperor to forge the glory of the Tang dynasty. There was no one in the world who did not know of his name. If Duke Jiu were to step forward, the situation would truly be different. Gao Xianji said sincerely. The world had witnessed Duke Jiu's achievements back then. Without his dedicated assistance, the great Tang would have found it very difficult to achieve the golden age of the world's #1 and the world's tributes. Moreover, Duke Jiu's achievements weren't limited to politics and governance. He had also made outstanding contributions to the military. As a virtuous minister, Duke Jiu had played a major role in the long-term stability of the Tang dynasty. More importantly, if not for the Holy Emperor's efforts to salvage the situation and hope that Duke Jiu would continue to assist him in the name of the people, Duke Jiu would have already retired long ago. But even so, Duke Jiu rarely interfered in the affairs of the Four Quarters Embassy. Unless it was an extremely important matter, Duke Jiao would never interfere. Chapter 1031. Lord Protector General, in the current situation, we can only transfer soldiers from the border. You have great seniority in the army and have dealings with the other Protector Generals. I wonder if you can get some soldiers from the other Protector Generals. Wang Chong said. The army of the Tang dynasty was a mixture of Hu and Han, and Wang Chong's status was too sensitive. Because of his background, Gao Xianji was more likely to speak to him than Wang Chong. Moreover, he had great seniority in the army and had dealings with the generals and protector generals of the various regions. In this aspect, not even Wang Chong, who was a genius in the art of war, could compare to him. The Biting Protectorate currently has the most soldiers, and I have some dealings with Biting Protector General in Sishun. I'll negotiate with him on this matter. If the Biting Protectorate only has a small number of soldiers, we should be able to borrow them. I estimate that we should be able to get 4,000 to 6,000 soldiers. Gao Xianji said after a few moments of thought. If we can only borrow 4,000 to 6,000 soldiers, then we'll transfer the most elite soldiers. This way, the Biting Protectorate won't be too affected. Wang Chong sternly said. Gao Xianji nodded. Quality over quantity was the most important factor in soldiers. He shared the same view as Wang Chong. Moreover, the Anxi Protectorate army had been carefully selected from the soldiers of the various regions of the Tang dynasty. If quantity was not an issue, then quality was an issue that Gao Xianji had always adhered to. There's also Geshu Han. He's garrisoned in Longxi. Other than the Biting Protectorate, he's the closest to us. Moreover, the Big Dipper army has astonishing fighting power. They should be able to provide us with some assistance. Gao Xianji was quiet for a few moments, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But I rarely interact with Geshu Han, so I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult to convince him. Leave this matter to me. Wang Chong smiled. He already knew what was going on. Of all the Hu generals, Geshu Han could be said to be the most unique. He had admired the culture of the Central Plains from a young age, and he spoke with a perfect capital accent that was even better than his own. He was promoted by the Crown Prince's junior protector, Wang Zhongxi. Although he joined the army late, he was promoted very quickly because he had the support of the war god of the Tang dynasty. In addition, unlike the other Hu, where most of the soldiers were Hu, Geshu Han's Big Dipper army had over 90% Han soldiers. This was completely different from the others. Thus, on the surface, whether it was Gao Xianji, Fomenlinta, and Sishun, or the other Hu generals, although they all had dealings with Geshu Han, there was a slight estrangement in their hearts. Geshu Han was well aware of this fact, so he rarely interacted with them. He would never contact them unless absolutely necessary. I still have some friendship with Geshu Han. I should be able to get some soldiers from him. Wang Chong said. Gao Xianji was flabbergasted, but then he thought of something and understood. In the battle between the Big Dipper army and White Lion Great General Witadra Konglo, the Big Dipper army had suffered heavy losses. Many people knew that Wang Chong had gifted 10,000 high-quality Turkic warhorses to Geshu Han. Geshu Han's Big Dipper army only had 20,000 some soldiers in total. Wang Chong's gift of 10,000 horses to him was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. In this aspect, Geshu Han owed him a favor. But even so, we still don't have enough men. Gao Xianji raised his head to the heavens and sighed. Even if he could get 6,000 soldiers from the Biting Protectorate and 3,000 from Geshu Han, he would only have 9,000 soldiers. This was a drop in the bucket for the current war. Lord Protector General, there will always be a way out. The Tang dynasty is still the Tang dynasty, and it's still far from being at the end of its rope. Right now, it's just that the other sides are holding back its soldiers, not that it has no soldiers to use. As long as we make some adjustments, we'll be able to get quite a few soldiers. The Tang dynasty has no soldiers to use, but didn't I bring 100,000 soldiers with me? The urgent task at hand is to discuss how to report to the imperial court. To Gao Xianji's surprise, Wang Chong smiled. You're right. Gao Xianji froze for a moment, and then he began to smile. Time slowly passed, and the two highest commanders of the Tang dynasty in Talas continued to discuss the details from night to dawn. After discussing for an entire night, the two finally went to sleep. Walala. Soon, at daybreak, eagles began to fly out of Talas in every direction. Translated by Hypersheep 325 Flap Flap. As the place closest to Talas, Feng Chongqing was the first to receive the news. Enlist soldiers from the countries of the western regions. When Feng Chongqing opened the letter and saw that it was written by Gao Xianji himself, he froze. The contents of Gao Xianji's letter were extremely simple. He hoped that Feng Chongqing would use the name of the Anxi Protectorate Army and the Tang dynasty to enlist soldiers from the countries of the western regions. In return, the Anxi Protectorate Army would heavily reward the countries with gold after victory. How much gold and silver does Anxi have right now? When Feng Chongqing saw this letter, he smiled bitterly in his heart. As Gao Xianji's chief advisor for administration and logistics, no one understood Anxi's current situation better than Feng Chongqing. Although it had conquered the wealthy Shi kingdom, a significant portion of its wealth had been taken away through the tunnels by the nobles of the Shi kingdom. As a result, the Anxi Protectorate Army's harvest was far less than the rumors claimed. After the war, at least half of the wealth had been offered to the imperial court and imperial household by Gao Xianji, and nearly half of the rest had been given to Bian Lingqing by Gao Xianji. Bian Lingqing was an important aid to Gao Xianji's career, but he was extremely greedy. Just this little bit of wealth was not enough to satisfy him. As for the last quarter, Gao Xianji kept a portion for himself and distributed the rest to the soldiers of the Anxi Protectorate Army, as well as the Karluks and Ferganians who had accompanied the army. Thus, the Anxi Protectorate Army had no more money to recruit soldiers. If not for this, Feng Chongqing would not have been so helpless in the rear. The countries of the western regions have always been greedy, and there's no one who doesn't like gold and silver. Although I can trick them into enlisting some soldiers, once the war is over, the Anxi Protectorate Army won't be able to take out this sum of money. Feng Chongqing worriedly looked at the letter in his hand. The recruitment that Gao Xianji had mentioned was a private recruitment by the Anxi Protectorate Army. It had not been approved by the Bureau of Military Personnel and was not part of the plan. The imperial court would not pay for it, so the Anxi Protectorate Army could only think of a way. The countries of the western regions didn't have many soldiers in the first place, and they wouldn't be able to recruit many. If this was left as a source of gossip, the Anxi Protectorate Army would lose all its prestige in the western regions. Even if they won, it would leave behind many problems. In Feng Chongqing's view, this was not a good idea. A moment later, when Feng Chongqing saw the last line of the letter, he froze. Chongqing, there's no need to worry. The young marquis has already made arrangements for the money needed for recruitment. The young marquis has already stated everything in his letter. It was such a simple line of words, but it immediately stunned Feng Chongqing. When had the Protector General become so close to Wang Chong? Hadn't there been a gap between them before? And what was going on with the money needed for recruitment? What did it mean that Wang Chong had already stated everything in his letter? Feng Chongqing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized what was going on. Could it be that Talas had not sent one letter, but two? Feng Chongqing flipped through the envelope, and sure enough, he found another letter underneath the original envelope. The handwriting on this letter was completely different from Gao Xianji's. Although it was crooked and twisted, it still had a vigorous demeanor. It was the young marquis. Feng Chongqing quickly took up the letter and began to read through it. At the start, Feng Chongqing was only casually skimming through the letter, but as he read, he became more and more serious, his expression more and more solemn. He even read through the letter 3 or 4 times. Demand war reparations from the Arabs and use the war reparations to pay the recruitment fees of the countries of the western regions. Young Marquis, to think that you could think of such a method, but there's no better plan than this. Feng Changqing slammed the letter on the table and couldn't help but laugh. He had always believed that his governance of the western regions was unconventional, but he had never imagined that Wang Chong would be even more unconventional. After the victory of a war, he would demand reparations from the losing side to make up for the losses suffered in the war. This sort of method had never been used in the Tang dynasty, and Wang Chong had called it, using war to raise war. Wang Chong had made it very clear in his letter that if the Tang dynasty lost the western regions and the countries of the western regions surrendered to Arabia, there would naturally be no need to worry about the issue of recruitment fees. And if they won, they could further demand money from the Arabs to pay the compensation to the countries of the western regions. Thus, the problem that Feng Changqing was worried about was completely non-existent. The Tang dynasty had operated in the western regions for more than 200 years, and now was the time for the countries of the western regions to fight for the Tang dynasty and pay a little. Young Marquis, let's do as you say. Feng Changqing's eyes were bright as he quickly took a brush made of wolf hair from a nearby brush rack and began to write on the paper. Flap flap. Carrier pigeons flew through the sky, following the silk road eastward. Soon, they reached the border of Qixi, where several eagles broke off from the flock and shot down. It's finally about to begin. Chapter 1032. In just half a month's time, under Su Hanshan's training, these hooligans, who had been like a plate of loose sand, had immediately transformed into the most qualified warriors. This was something that even Wang Bei couldn't help but feel admiration for. This person seemed to have the most outstanding talent as a general. It was able to train the most ordinary martial artist into a useful warrior. Not only that, Su Hanshan had even used his own connections and enticement to recruit even more bandits and bandits. Right now, Qixi had a new army of nearly 20,000 bandits and bandits. Release. Su Hanshan unsheathed his sword and swung it down. In an instant, the new army of 20,000 bandits and bandits crouched down, knocked their bows, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom. The 4,000 Tang dynasty ballistae, along with the 1,000 ballistae operated by the scions of the capital, fired. 5,000 ballista bolts shot out like lightning bolts, piercing through the bull's eye. The powerful force of the bolts shattered the target. Not bad. Not far away, Wang Hua secretly nodded when he saw this scene. At this speed, in another month, this ballista army will be able to be put to use, and their training will be over. Wang Bei had been born into a clan of ministers and generals, and he had been influenced by his surroundings since childhood. He had seen all sorts of generals, and the nurturing of his clan had made him naturally superior to others in the art of war. Ordinary individuals were nothing in his eyes. But Su Hanshan was different. This was the first time he had seen someone with such astonishing talent, a talent that not even the titled generals of the Tang dynasty could compare to. This talent was at least that of a brigadier general, perhaps even a great general. Just what sort of people did little brother recruit? Wang Bei mentally sighed. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Wang Chong had left Su Hanshan in the rear to guard Qixi with him. Hiya! Wang Bei's eyes flashed, and he quickly regained his composure. Urging his horse's abdomen, he galloped toward the other end of the training ground. Nay! Several hundred zhang away from the ballista army, a Wuxiang horseman with a powerful aura galloped across the practice field, stirring up a cloud of dust. These Wuxiang cavalrymen were extremely obedient, and the aura they exuded was completely different from that of the ballistae. Wang Chong led the army to Talas, and the second group of 6,000 Wuxiang cavalry smoothly arrived at Qixi from Wuxiang, all thanks to Su Yiqin. The Battle of Talas was no trifling matter, as it concerned the fate of the country and the common people. Thus, after Su Yiqin's harsh words, Wuxiang village had dispatched a much stronger force than before, and quite a few imperial martial villagers from Wuxiang village had joined the army. The strength of the Wuxiang villagers was undeniable, but they still lacked systematic military training, which was what they were doing now. Stop! Suddenly, a steely and determined voice came from the cloud of dust, and a black Turkic horse emerged from the 6,000 Wuxiang cavalry and galloped toward Wang Bei. "General Wang, what business do you have?" Cui Piaoqi stopped several paces from Wang Bei and asked. His posture was ramrod straight, and his expression was cold and aloof. He seemed rather similar to Su Han's Han. Wang Bei was Wang Chang's second brother, and it was because of this relationship that Wang Bei had an extremely high prestige among the villagers of Wuxiang. Cui Piaoqi's training in Qixi was mostly handled by Wang Bei. Wang Bei rarely interfered with the training of Wuxiang village, so if he did come, there was definitely a reason. "Cui Piaoqi, there's not much time left. A letter from Talas says that in a month at most, you must enter the battlefield," Wang Bei sternly said. Wuxiang village was isolated from the rest of the world, and the majority of its villagers were simple and unsophisticated, so they did not have much understanding of military matters. But this Cui Piaoqi was different. In Wuxiang village, he was an extremely rare talent for commanding generals. There were many things in the art of war that Cui Piaoqi might not understand in advance, but as long as it was explained to him, he would immediately understand and even comprehend by analogy. Therefore, in the later stages, Cui Piaoqi could complete the usual basic training work by himself. "Understood. General Wang, be at ease. It won't take a month. It will only take 20-some days at most," Cui Piaoqi sternly said, his resolute face unperturbed. With these words, he quickly turned around and rejoined the ranks to begin training. "Cutting formation. Hurry." With this order, the 6,000 Wuxiang cavalry shot off in every direction like quicksilver. Flap flap. Several days later, black eagles flew into the capital, disappearing into various parts of the capital. In the Four Quarters Embassy, behind a lush forest of bamboo, there was a round pond filled with lotus flowers. Fish swam beneath the lotus flowers. Next to the pond was an artificial mountain, and the atmosphere was tranquil and serene. At this moment, an old man dressed in a white robe was silently fishing on a folding bamboo chair. Unlike other fishermen, the old man's fishing rod only had a string, not a hook. Moreover, it was suspended in the air, not sinking into the water. But even so, there were many fish in the pool gathered below the string. Some of them even silently swam to a spot not far from the old man's feet, looking at the old man on the shore. It was as if this white-robed old man had some kind of special power that made the fish in the pool involuntarily approach him and get close to him. The old man's eyes were half closed, his expression tranquil. He sat there motionlessly, seemingly one with the garden, the pond, and the fish. Not far behind him, the imperial army soldiers lowered their heads, gazing at the old man's back with extreme respect in their eyes. Reporting. At this moment, a resounding voice came from behind them, followed by the heavy footsteps of an imperial army soldier as he hurried through the bamboo forest toward the pond. Splash, the water exploded, and the shoal of fish in the pool seemed to be frightened, quickly scattering in all directions. The originally peaceful and tranquil atmosphere disappeared in an instant. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to disturb Duke Chio when he's fishing? Have you forgotten all about it?" At the side, a commander of the Imperial Guards had already walked over quickly and stopped the Imperial Guard who was delivering the letter. "Milord, it's news from Talas," the Imperial Army soldier who delivered the letter said solemnly. He naturally understood the rules of the Four Quarters Embassy, but this was no small matter. Moreover, the letter had been stamped with that large seal. "Even so, can't you wait a little longer?" the Imperial Army soldier angrily said. "Is it news from Chong'er?" Right at this moment, an aged and mellow voice suddenly sounded out from behind them. When they heard these words, their bodies shook and they lowered their heads in unison. Reporting to Wuxia, it is not the young Marquis, but Anshi Protector General, Lord Gao Xianji. The messenger respectfully replied with his head lowered. By the pond, the white-robed elder was taken aback, and then he finally turned his head. Bring that letter to me. While Wuxia was receiving Gao Xianji's letter, in the nearby Taihe Palace, this letter from the distant Talas was like a heavy bomb, causing massive waves in the Tang dynasty. Absolutely not. The Tang dynasty has won at Talas, so why are they still conscripting soldiers? Talas isn't the territory of the Tang dynasty. Since they've won, they should be withdrawing back to Anshi. Why are Gao Xianji and the young Marquis still at Talas? What do they mean by, the Tang dynasty is in imminent danger and a three-way alliance? If the Arabs really are as formidable as they say, how could they possibly have been defeated? It seems to me that they just want to gather soldiers to strengthen themselves. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Gao Xianji and Qixi Protector General Wang Chong. The two of them are seeking to reward themselves for their achievements and want to lie about the military situation so that they can threaten the imperial court. The court was in an uproar as Wang Chong's and Gao Xianji's memorials were brought into the court, immediately stirring up a massive debate. Desecration of military might. This is desecration of military might. The imperial court has already allocated 10 million taels of gold to a trifling outpost, and so many people have died. What more do they want? The civil officials were particularly vocal in their opposition. My great Tang has stood tall for 200 years and has weathered all kinds of storms. Will it really fall in the hands of a small country in the West? A civil official stepped forward, vehemently objecting to Wang Chong's decision. Absurd. Wang Chong is the son of heaven's disciple. Would he lie about an important matter of state and military might? Desecration of military might. From Anshi to Longxi, do you think he will only stop when all living beings are slaughtered? Have all of you forgotten what happened in the southwest? If not for the young Marquis, the situation would have been unimaginable. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Assistant Minister of Rights, Zhang Mushing. How can the affairs of the state and the people be delayed by a scholar? The opposition of the civil officials also ignited the fury of the generals of the court, and they began to fiercely protest. Since ancient times, civil officials had been known as officials of the pen and the sword. In the imperial court, whenever there was a conflict between civil and military officials, the generals would usually concede and not argue with the civil officials. But this time, it was different. Almost all of the military generals stood up and set out, opposing the civil officials. The more one understood about the Battle of Talas in the northwest, the more one understood just how powerful the enemy was. Even someone like Gao Xianji had almost died there, much less others. The disparity in strength between the two sides was enormous, and Wang Chong had been able to use tens of thousands of soldiers to fight against an opponent several times his own. This result had not come easily. At a time like this, for Wang Chong and Gao Xianji to work together to report to the imperial court and request reinforcements meant that the situation was extremely dire. Tens of thousands of soldiers, 2 imperial great generals, and even the people of the empire were at stake. This was not the time to concede. Throughout the dynasties, the struggle between civil and military officials had never ceased, but it had generally been restrained. But this time, with the aid of Wang Chong and Gao Xianji's memorial, the civil officials that the Great Tang had been accumulating for so long had completely erupted. Beneath the cinnabar coiling dragon pillar, King Qi sneered at this sight. Chapter 1033. The court debate continued from morning until evening, the debate reaching an unprecedented level of intensity. At dusk, a golden carriage draped with dragons emerged from a corner of the imperial palace. On the carriage, the King of Song was deeply concerned. Your Highness, did the matter at Talas not go smoothly? The old butler asked in concern, his hands tucked into his sleeves. In the past, The king of Song had also had times when things did not go smoothly in the court, but he was rarely as worried as he was now. The king of Song nodded, not hiding anything from the old butler. Your Highness, be at ease. Nothing will happen to Talas. King Qi also opposed it in the past, but didn't it still pass? The old butler consoled. Ha! The king of Song couldn't help but give a long sigh. If it was just King Qi stirring up trouble and inciting the ministers to oppose in court, things would be much simpler. But this time is different. The one opposing is not King Qi. He is only assisting from the side. The ones truly opposing are the civil officials of the Tang dynasty. Buzz. The old butler was stunned by these words, and he instantly fell silent. Even though the old butler rarely paid attention to matters of the court, he knew that this was a political struggle that was even more ferocious than a factional struggle. If the one opposing was not King Qi, but the civil officials of the court, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. He heard the king of Song's solemn voice. The Tang dynasty has enjoyed decades of peace. The people are getting more and more used to these peaceful days, and they are getting more and more disgusted with war. I am only worried that this is only the beginning. The debate in the court grew more and more intense, and as it grew, the name of Arabia became more and more familiar in the streets and alleys of the Tang dynasty. The names of Arabia, Uzan, the Western Turks, and Talas appeared more and more frequently in the restaurants and tea houses. While the entire capital was still discussing the alliance between Arabia and the other two countries, a falcon with golden claws flapped its wings and flew like a bolt of lightning to the northeast of the Tang dynasty. Several days later, in the Annong Protectorate headquarters in Yuzhou, Zhang Shogue was seated cross-legged on the ground. He extended a hand and took the letter from the capital. It was quiet in the tent. All the civil and military officials in the surroundings had their eyes focused on the man who was like a god in the northeast of the Tang dynasty. What a bunch of cynical scholars. Without soldiers on the campaign, how could the Tang dynasty be at peace? That brat at Talas has miscalculated. If he had lost this battle, the imperial court might have immediately mobilized soldiers, but he just happened to win. Now, it's easier said than done. Milord, the matter of Talas is currently causing a ruckus in the capital. In their letters, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji say that the Arabs have 400,000 soldiers and are about to reach Talas. Moreover, if they win, an endless stream of soldiers will follow. Does Arabia really have that many soldiers? How true is this matter? At this moment, Deputy General Zhao Ken of the Annong Protectorate Army spoke from behind him, an extremely respectful expression on his face. Of course it's true. To his surprise, Zhang Shogue didn't even need to think before confirming. When I was stationed in Longxi, I heard that the Arabs have fierce personalities and love war. They've already conquered many countries to the west of the Tsong Mountains. At the time, I also sent people to gather some intelligence and learned that the rumors were true. Thus, I concluded that one mountain cannot hold two tigers, and that in the future, Arabia and the Tang dynasty will inevitably fight. The imperial court believes that Gao Xianji and that brat are exaggerating, but I know that they don't have the courage. The crime of deceiving the sovereign is no small matter. The Yuzhou generals in the tent were all dumbfounded. The current Talas was so far away that the imperial court was shrouded in fog as to what was going on there. No one had expected that, even though it was so far to the northeast, their protector general would know it like the back of his hand. But they quickly realized what was going on. Given Gao Xianji and Wang Chang's current state, they definitely don't have more than 60,000 soldiers. If it really is as they say and the 400,000 Arab soldiers arrive, won't they be doomed without reinforcements from the imperial court? Who can be blamed for this? Gao Xianji is just a junior, and his experience and martial arts can't compare to our milords. But after just a few victories, he dares to call himself a war god, thinking that he can stand on equal footing with milord. He doesn't even think about how he can compare to milord's achievements. And that brat, just because he's from a clan of ministers and generals, he dares to talk back to the Protector General in the capital. Truly arrogant to the extreme. Now that Talas is in danger, I'd like to see just how they'll be able to fight against Milord in the future. Ha ha ha, this is called asking for it. The generals in the tent were all sneering as if they were waiting for a good show. Neither Gao Xianji nor Wang Chong were good people to the Annong Protectorate army. Gao Xianji had never had much respect for Zhang Shogue, and Wang Chong had even killed Ashina Sugan in the capital, causing the Protector General to lose face. Thus, no one had a good opinion of these two. Zhang Shogue sat in the tent, one hand on the table as he silently smiled. Reporting. At this moment, a voice rang out. Before he could finish speaking, a messenger from the Annong Protectorate rushed into the tent with a letter in his hands and got down on one knee. Lord Protector General, the city of Talas has sent a letter. Milord, please look over it. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire tent was deathly silent to the point that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone turned to the messenger, and even Zhang Shogue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and turn his head. Talas was a land beyond the borders of the Tang dynasty. Several months ago, no one would have known of its existence, but now, even the people in the distant Yuzhou knew of it. Milord, what's going on? Why would Talas write to us at a time like this? To Zhang Shogue's right, a fierce-looking Hu dressed in a white robe suddenly creased his brow. Unlike the others in the tent, he had a pair of snow-white eyebrows, and there was almost no one in Yuzhou who did not recognize him. Baizhen Tuoyuo. This was a famous general under Zhang Shogue's command, a fierce Hu general that Zhang Shogue had recruited from Yuzhou, a brigadier general. He was extremely capable of leading troops. The other generals also silently looked at Zhang Shogue. Won't you know what they're plotting once you open the letter? Zhang Shogue grinned. As he spoke, he waved his hand at the messenger below. Zhang Shogue quickly took the letter from the messenger and skimmed through it, his expression turning strange. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Zhang Shogue's sudden roar of laughter gave everyone in the tent a fright. Milord, what's wrong? Baizhen Tuoyuo said. Truly interesting. That brat from the Wang clan at Talas actually sent me a letter asking for reinforcements. He wants me to send an army to help him. Zhang Shogue heartily laughed. What? Help them? How could that be? Have they lost their minds? To think that they could think of asking our Annong Protectorate army to help them. Only if the sun rises from the west. Everyone in the tent was dumbfounded by this news. They had only just mentioned Wang Chong and the people of Talas when they received a letter asking for reinforcements. This was far too ironic. Zhang Shogue had a strange expression on his face, only faintly smiling as he passed the letter to Baizhen Tuoyuo and the other generals in the tent. Zhao Can, Baizhen Tuoyuo, pass it around. Tell me, what do you think about this matter? Baizhen Tuoyuo was stunned, and he subconsciously received the letter before circulating it with everyone in the tent. Milord, I think that there's no need to pay attention to this letter. The imperial court will handle the matter of Talas. It's not our place to speak. Moreover, Yuzhou is very far from Talas. Even if Gao Xianji and that brat want reinforcements, it shouldn't be us, not to mention that Milord has a grudge against them. Baizhen Tuoyuo immediately said as he looked at the letter. Talas was currently in grave danger. No matter what, the Annong Protectorate army should not be the one Wang Chong was requesting for reinforcements. Zhao Can, what do you think? Zhang Shogue faintly smiled as he turned to Deputy General Zhao Kanzas. Milord, this general shares Baizhen Tuoyuo's opinion. This subordinate believes that there's no need to worry about this letter. We can just pretend that we never received it. Zhao Can said. Everyone in the tent nodded, clearly of the same opinion as Zhao Can and Baizhen Tuoyuo. Zhang Shogue and Wang Chong had always had a grudge, and Wang Chong's grandfather, Wang Jiuling, had even tried to impeach Zhang Shogue. If not for him, Zhang Shougue might have already become prime minister. Ha! Zhang Shougue lightly rapped his right hand on the table and then said something that left everyone dumbfounded. Zhao Can, Baizhen Tuoyuo, you've been with me for many years, and you've been brigadier generals for a very long time, but even now, you're still at that level. And that brat from the Wang clan has already become Qixi Protector General in less than a year. Do you know how you differ from him? Milord. Everyone in the tent was dumbfounded. Zhao Can and Baizhen Tuoyuo were also dumbfounded. They had originally believed that the Protector General had a grudge with the Wang clan, so no matter how they looked at it, he wouldn't help them. But that was clearly not the case at all. I have a personal grudge with that brat from the Wang clan and Wang Jiuling. If we were to meet in private, it wouldn't be excessive for me to kill them, but that brat from the Wang clan is asking for my help on official matters, for the sake of the empire. If I were to put aside official matters for my personal reasons and refuse him, wouldn't that prove that I, Zhang Shougue, am narrow-minded, that I can't even compare to a grandson of Wang Jiuling's? It would also prove that Wang Jiuling's words were correct. Moreover, it's fine if nothing happens to Talas, but if something does, do you think that the imperial court and the Holy Emperor will know that we refused Wang Chang's request for reinforcements? Zhang Shougue said. His words silenced everyone in the tent, all of them dumbstruck. They had only thought about the grudge between the Annong Protectorate Army and the Wang clan, but they had never thought about this. After following Zhang Shougue for so many years, they had a vague understanding of the Holy Emperor's way of doing things. If this matter were to leak out in the future, it would be no small matter. But milord, that brat has contradicted milord many times. Are we really going to be threatened by him into sending troops? Chapter 1034. The Holy Emperor's matter was truly no small matter, but the two of them found it rather difficult to accept that they would send soldiers to help this brat just because of a letter. Huh, blackmail. You're overestimating that brat too much. Zhang Shougue grinned. Soldiers naturally have to be sent, but it's not necessarily because of that brat. Zhao Can, Baizhen Tuoyuo, remember this, great generals do not compete in martial arts and strength, but also in the bearing of a general. Could our Annong Protectorate Army lose to a brat who still smells of his mother's milk? Didn't that brat send a letter asking for 4,000 soldiers to help him? Zhao Can, Baizhen Tuoyuo, pick 6,000 elites for me. In addition, report to the imperial court that although I, Zhang Shougue, am in Yuzhou, I am concerned about the imperial court and am willing to send 6,000 soldiers to reinforce Talas. Zhang Shougue narrowed his eyes and rapped his right hand on the table with these last words, his voice tinged with deeper meaning. Zhao Can and Baizhen Tuoyuo froze, confused at the start, but as they had followed Zhang Shougue for many years, they quickly understood. If Zhang Shougue directly sent 6,000 soldiers to Wangchong, that would be a private matter between the two of them, but if Zhang Shougue wrote a letter to the imperial court while sending these soldiers, that would be a matter between Zhang Shougue and the imperial court. The Annong Protectorate Army was expressing its loyalty to the imperial court and the Holy Emperor. Although this matter had arisen from a letter from Wangchong, it no longer had much to do with Wangchong. Not only that, the two of them had also thought of something even deeper. Talas was currently in grave danger. If the Annong Protectorate Army could be the first to respond and send reinforcements, then whether the Battle of Talas ended in victory or defeat, the Annong Protectorate Army would be invincible. At the same time, it would prove its loyalty to the imperial court. In this way, they could turn passivity into initiative. In addition, His Excellency had always wanted to become Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty, and the greatest obstacle to this was the virtuous Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty, Duke Jiao. If they could lend a hand to Talas now, they might be able to reduce some of this resistance for His Excellency in the future. Yes. This general understands. Your subordinate will do so. Of the 6 protector generals of the Tang dynasty, Zhang Shougue was far from the only one who had received a letter from Talas. All the generals of the Biting Protectorate were gathered in the hall. Biting Protector General Sis Hun, a valiant figure, was seated at the head of the hall. "Have you seen Gao Xianji's letter?" Sishuan's eyes were slightly closed. His thunder-like gaze swept over all the generals under His Highness. "Lord Protector General, forgive me for speaking frankly. Of all the borders, our Biting Protectorate has the most soldiers, but we guard the longest border and face the most enemies. Besides the Western Turkic Khaganate, they also had to guard against the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. The combined soldiers of these two countries numbered nearly 1 million. Moreover, if Gao Xianji wanted ordinary soldiers, it would have been one thing, but it just so happens that he wants our elite Dragon Stallion army. Our Biting Protectorate has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but the Dragon Stallion army only has a few thousand. Therefore, this general believes that this matter absolutely cannot be agreed to. Lord Protector General, this general believes that this cannot be done. Although the Dragon Stallion army is precious, the situation at Talas is extremely serious. This time, the Arabian Empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains is a menacing force. If Gao Xianji's forces cannot stop the Arabs, then our Biting Protectorate army will bear the brunt of the attack. When that time comes, the Dragon Stallion army will no longer be able to resolve the problem. Helping the Anxi Protectorate army is actually helping ourselves. Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. That's right. Besides the Arabs, there is also the Celestial Wolf Great General Wuxia of the Western Turks, a formidable foe of our Biting Protectorate. By sending the Dragon Stallion army to deal with Wuxia, we are actually helping ourselves. Absurd. Did you see Gao Xianji's memorials? The Arabs will send an army of 400,000. Gao Xianji's forces alone won't be able to stop them. In the end, Talas will fall. To send the Dragon Stallion army at a time like this is just suicide. Voices of opposition and support rose and fell in the hall, the debate extremely intense. Sis Hun sat motionlessly with his eyes closed, silently listening to the arguments. No one could tell what he was thinking. But at this moment, reporting. Tap tap tap. Hurried footsteps could be heard from outside as a messenger from the Biting Protectorate rushed into the hall, a letter in his hand. A letter from Talas. "Milord, please take a look." Buzz. The entire hall instantly fell deathly silent upon hearing these words. Gao Xianji had just sent a letter, so why was there another one now? "Bring the letter over." A dignified voice resounded through the hall, and Sis Hun opened his eyes, exuding an intimidating light. Sis Hun took the letter from the messenger and tore it open. He glanced at it, and then his body trembled. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and he sat up straight. "Humph, interesting. Wang Chong, you've truly made a deal that I can't refuse." Longxi, Big Dipper City. This strategic city of the western part of the Tang dynasty had been completely restored to its former glory. The entire city had been renovated and was still as grand and majestic as ever. Under the management of the Big Dipper army, the scars of battle had been completely erased from the city. But at this moment, Big Dipper City was heavily guarded. Other than the patrolling soldiers, there were no Big Dipper army officers on the walls. You've all read the young Marquis's letter. What do you think? In the main hall of Big Dipper City, Geshu Han sat at the highest seat. Beneath him was a bustling crowd, all of them the corps commanders of the Big Dipper army. They were arranged in neat rows and rows, but they were all thinking about something. The atmosphere was solemn. "Great General, the battle at Talas is in a critical state. The safety of all of Anxi and Qishi is tied to that battle. This subordinate is worried that if the Anxi Protectorate and Qishi Protectorate cannot hold, it will be our Big Dipper army's turn. Milord, this subordinate recommends that our Big Dipper army immediately march north to Talas and join forces with Anxi and Qishi to deal with the Arabs." "Impossible. If we move away, what will happen to the people of Longxi? Don't forget, this is a land of 1,000 li. If the Uzun use this chance to invade the east and start a massacre, we will lose, and we will be humiliated. Moreover, the Anxi Protectorate army is well equipped, and after a long period of conquest, they are no weaker than us. If the Anxi Protectorate army can't deal with them, do you think our Big Dipper army can? Moreover, we're talking about 400,000 soldiers. In the hall, the Big Dipper army officers were all expressing their opinions, but unlike the others, the Big Dipper army was considering whether they should march north to Talas and join forces with Anxi and Qishi to resist the Arab cavalry. The Big Dipper army of Longxi had experienced several generations of commanders, and it had seen and experienced far more than the average person. Moreover, the Big Dipper army was the closest to Talas, Qishi, and Anxi, so it had received the most information and felt the greatest threat. Thus, it considered problems differently from the other protectorates. As Geshu Han listened to the discussions of his officers, his brow furrowed even tighter. Suddenly, Geshu Han's gaze swept past one of the generals who had his head lowered in thought. He suddenly had a thought and asked, "Silly, what do you think?" Starving Wolf War General Wang Sili was one of Geshu Han's 7 great generals, a brigadier general. His father, Wang Qianwei, had been a famed general of the north, a true descendant of a clan of generals. Wang Sili had served the Tang dynasty's war god Wang Zhongxi and Geshu Han, 2 great generals. He was extremely experienced and astute, so both Wang Zhongxi and Geshu Han regarded him as their left and right arms. "Milord, the 2 Uzun generals, Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj, have all gone north, and 2 of the Uzun soldiers have been killed by the young Marquis' assault. In addition, our Big Dipper army has been fighting for many years, and Uzun is only outwardly strong but inwardly weak. In truth, we don't have many soldiers that we can actually use. The only ones we have to fear are the soldiers of the Yarlung royal lineage, the soldiers guarding the royal capital, and the White Lion Great General Witadra Konglo." Wang Sili lowered his head, his eyes glimmering with a deep and wise light. But the general's concerns are not without reason. Longxi is an important place that we are guarding. If we move our soldiers on our own, we will be disobeying the orders of the imperial court. If something really does go wrong, we will not be able to bear the consequences. But this general believes that Talas must be reinforced. While Longxi's safety is guaranteed, we can send as many soldiers as we can to the north. This subordinate believes that before we send our soldiers, we can initiate a battle, turning passivity into initiative and weakening Uzun's strength. Once the situation in Longxi is stabilized, we can send reinforcements to Talas. In addition, the young Marquis said in his letter that we only need to send 2,000 of our elite soldiers of the Divine Martial Army. This general believes that we can increase this number to 3,000, and then send another 3,000 elites to assist the Anxi Protectorate Army and Qishi Protectorate. After all, they are actually fighting for our sake. But our Big Dipper army only has 20 to 30,000 soldiers. If we send 7,000, how can we stop Uzun's counterattack? Wang Sili had barely finished speaking when one of the generals harshly objected. Ever since Wang Zhongxi's time, the Big Dipper army had always pursued a policy of elite soldiers. Thus, in the Longxi region, the Big Dipper army had always used the fewest soldiers to fight against the most enemies. They were already short on soldiers, so how could they have the strength to reinforce the other armies? This was also why the Big Dipper army was still debating. This matter isn't that difficult. Wang Sili laughed when he heard this. The 7,000 soldiers we can send north can be replenished by the prefectural armies in Longxi. With Milord overseeing the army and the cooperation of the generals, there won't be any mishaps. Moreover, the prefectural armies of Longxi have always been our reserves. Since the establishment of the Big Dipper army, we should give them a chance and replenish them with new blood. Unlike the others, Wang Sili appeared rather relaxed. The generals in the hall glanced at each other. They had originally been prepared to retort, but after some thought, they realized that Wang Sili's words were not without reason. Moreover, This truly was a feasible plan, and the hall fell silent. Geshu Han sat on the highest seat, his eyes like lightning as he slowly swept them over the crowd. A few moments later, he had an idea. Silly, let's do as you say. Chapter 1035. The generals on the border were far from the only ones to receive the news of the upheaval at Talas. While everyone was focused on the developments in the imperial court, few people noticed that several carrier pigeons were flying into the capital amidst the eagles of the military. Unlike the other letters, these were all letters from Wang Chang's family. In the northwest of the imperial city, in the Imperial Army's Educational Institute, a middle-aged man was seated cross-legged in a room. The extravagant armor on his body clearly showed that he was a commandant of the Imperial Army. The room was quiet, but the middle-aged man exuded a powerful aura that was constantly growing like bamboo after the rain. White steam was rising from the man's head, and his forehead was beaded with cold sweat. It was obvious that he had reached an extremely critical juncture in his martial cultivation. Heart as calm as an abyss, heart as deep as a lake, a mantra flashed through the middle-aged man's mind, and he instantly calmed down. Bzzz. After some time, the white steam above the man's head began to lessen and the cold sweat on his forehead began to dissipate. Finally, I've finally broken through to Tier 7 of the Imperial Martial Realm. Li Lin opened his eyes and gave a long sigh, his expression like he had been relieved of a great burden. Ever since Wang Chong had given him that technique, Li Lin had been diligently cultivating it. For some reason, the technique Wang Chong had given him seemed to be extremely compatible with him, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Through the use of this technique and a few external opportunities, Li Lin's martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds, allowing him to reach his current level. Clap. Taking a violet embroidered box from a nearby bed, Li Lin gently opened it and took out a white pill the size of a pigeon egg. He stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Boom! The pill melted, and a majestic medicinal energy erupted from Li Lin's abdomen like a volcano, rushing into his meridians. Under the effect of the pill, Li Lin's energy swelled, and he firmly stabilized his cultivation at Tier 7 of the Imperial Martial Realm. Chonger, thank you. If not for you, uncle-in-law would have never been able to make a name for himself in the Imperial Army. After a long time, Li Lin digested the medicinal energy of the pill. He raised his head with a gratified look in his eyes. After 3 generations, the Wang clan had finally produced another Qilin son, and he had been made the young Marquis, the son of Heaven's disciple. There was no one in the capital who did not know of him, and Li Lin, his uncle, had benefited greatly from this. Li Lin's talent wasn't too outstanding. If it was just his cultivation technique alone, it would have been very difficult for him to grow so quickly in such a short period of time. However, with the large number of pills left behind by Wang Chong, Li Lin's strength skyrocketed, completely stabilizing his position in the Imperial Army. The current Li Lin was completely different from how he had been when he was just a lowly commandant at the city gate. He now commanded a considerable number of Imperial soldiers and horses. In the beginning, Li Lin had only relied on the Wang family's prestige, but now, he had won everyone's respect with his own great strength. Walala. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of fluttering wings suddenly came from outside the window. Li Lin turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a white messenger pigeon fluttering outside the window. But because Li Lin was cultivating, he had closed the doors and windows tightly, so he could not enter. A hint of doubt flashed across Li Lin's eyes, but he soon recovered. With a smile, he opened the window and welcomed the white messenger pigeon in. He skillfully took the letter from the pigeon's leg and opened it. With just a single glance, Li Lin was immediately stunned. The white letter was completely blank, and there were only 3 words written at the very center: Xuanwu Army. The entire letter did not state the purpose, nor did it state the sender. But when Li Lin looked at the letter, a deep frown gradually formed on his forehead. So fast. Li Lin muttered as he looked at the 3 words. This was a secret code that they had agreed upon many years ago. Other than him and Wang Chong, no one else knew the meaning of these 3 words. Holding on to the letter, Li Lin pushed open the door and walked out. Zhao Fengchen, the quasi-marshal of the Imperial Army. If Wang Chong wanted to accomplish what Wang Chong had said in the letter, Wang Chong would have to obtain his help. At this moment, Zhao Fengchen was the strongest ally of the Wang clan in the Imperial Army. A gust of wind blew, and in just a moment, Li Lin disappeared from the massive royal capital. Several hundred li outside the capital, a massive mountain had been thrust into the earth like a heaven-shaking sword. The Imperial Heaven Pillar Mountain. This was one of the 4 sacred training mountains of the Tang dynasty. It was rumored that several hundred years ago, the young Emperor Taizong had once offered sacrifices to the heavens and earth and inspected his troops. Thus, the Imperial Heaven Pillar Mountain had become the main training camp of the Imperial Army. Hey! Ha! Shouts of training resounded throughout the mountain range. On the lush surface of the mountain, a group of reserve Imperial Army soldiers dressed in black uniforms ran along a rugged mountain path toward the summit. Even higher up the mountain, hundreds of Imperial Army members were training at the peak of the mountain, shrouded in mist. At the highest point of the summit, a thin middle-aged man was seated cross-legged on a round rock, silently looking down at the scenery below. A gust of wind swept up the man's hair. In an instant, the man looked down the mountain, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked calm and relaxed. Cuckoo. Just at that moment, a messenger pigeon flapped its wings and flew across the sky. Suddenly, it descended from the clouds toward the man's location like a bolt of lightning. The thin man's eyebrows twitched, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He suddenly stood up from the rock and caught the pigeon that flew down from the sky. With just a glance, the man's smile faded, and his expression turned extremely serious. Chonger, as expected, you still spoke. The war at Talas is already so grim that you need to use that force so soon. A complicated look flashed through Wang Mi's eyes, and he immediately began to walk toward the belly of the mountain. No matter how fierce the civil and military struggle at Talas was in the imperial court, it was an extremely distant matter to the ordinary people of the Central Plains. The capital remained calm and peaceful. In the western part of the city, in the Ghost Tree district, there was a bustling crowd. No one noticed that a child about 8 or 9 years old was carrying a half-foot-tall wine gourd in his hand, humming and swinging it as he strolled around. "Boss, how much for a skewer of tanghulu?" 2 copper coins. "I'll take it." "Boss, give me 2 taels of wine." "Boss, I'd like a plate of braised beef." The child bought as he walked, and it didn't take long for the gourd to be filled with wine, a few more dishes in his basket, and a skewer of tanghulu in his hand. The peddlers along the way all greeted the child. After spending so much time here, everyone was very familiar with this child. Every day, he would come here to buy a pot of wine and a few dishes. Bang! As the child was licking the tanghulu, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Caught off guard, the child ran headfirst into this figure. "Ah, sorry." The child panicked and hurriedly apologized. But when he raised his head and saw the figure in front of him, the child was instantly dumbfounded. The person before him was tall and burly, wearing armor. He was not one of the common merchants or commoners of the Ghost Tree district, but a soldier of high status. Jingle! Just as the child was panicking, a golden-red bell suddenly hung down. The black image of a ghost tree was extremely conspicuous on the golden-red bell. Senior. Seeing the bell and the image, the child was stunned, and then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. "You were sent by Senior. Marquis is in the northwest and can't come. He sent someone to deliver a letter to you. He said that you'll understand once you see this bell." The soldier nodded. As he spoke, he took out a letter from his pocket, held it with both hands, and handed it over respectfully. "Send my regards to Senior Su." In the end, the soldier in armor couldn't help but say it out loud. Who could have imagined that this child of 8 or 9 years old was actually the disciple of the Tang dynasty's god of war, So Young-sun? Whenever he thought of that godlike existence in the Tang dynasty, the soldier couldn't help but feel excited. "Got it." The child made a face, took the letter from the soldier's hand, and skipped away quickly. One carrier pigeon after another flew into the capital of the Tang dynasty, and one eagle after another flew to the border of the capital. These carrier pigeons and eagles were like wooden poles plunged into the ground, and the entire central plains began to move according to the plans of Wang Chong and Gao Xianji. Meanwhile, in the distant Talas, the clouds of war were thick and the air was fraught with tension. The news from the Khorasani had caused the entire city of Talas to enter a state of readiness for war. In a dimly lit study in the northwest corner of Talas, Wang Chong's eyes flickered. Wang Chong was seated behind a desk, and before him was a pile of letters piled up like a mountain. "Wang Chong, you were looking for me?" Suddenly, the door opened and Gao Xianji, dressed in martial attire, walked in. "Lord Protector General, you've come." Wang Chong raised his head and rubbed his eyes, a hint of exhaustion on his face. "You haven't slept all night. Are you still thinking about the Arabs?" Gao Xianji said. Wang Chong smiled and nodded. Abu Muslim had not retreated, and a new wave of soldiers was about to arrive. As the commander-in-chief of the army, how could he possibly sleep? Wang Chong didn't even need to think about it to know that Gao Xianji was probably in the same state as him. Abu Muslim, Qutayba, and Osman, if everything is really as that Khorasani said, then it won't be long before 3 Arab governors gather at Talas. If we add Ziyad, Uzan, and the Western Turks to Wuxia, Huishu Wazang, and Dusong Mangpoj, then the eastern Song mountains will have 7 enemy great generals. This is extremely disadvantageous to us. Wang Chong's words voiced his concern. Great generals would always be the supreme fighting force of a country, and they were also powerful existences that could alter the course of the battlefield. 400,000 elites and 7 great generals were a force that could crush the entire Tang dynasty army into powder. This was also why Wang Chong had found it hard to sleep these last few days. Is it possible that the information from Khorasan isn't accurate? Gao Xianji hesitated for a moment before asking. Impossible. Wang Chong bitterly smiled and shook his head. The Khorasani have a blood feud with the Arabs. They will definitely spare no effort to investigate the Arabs. Even if there's a discrepancy in the number of soldiers, it won't be by much. Even if they don't have 400,000 soldiers, they have at least 300,000. This is still not something we can fight. Chapter 1036. The Tang dynasty had just experienced a bitter battle. Even with Gao Xianji's Anxi Protectorate army, it only had around 60,000 soldiers, and many of them were wounded. This was truly a grievous loss. Moreover, the ballista army that served as a deterrent force had also suffered grievous losses. Of the 3,000 Tang dynasty ballistae, including the ballistae of the Anxi Protectorate army, only around 1,000 were left. In these circumstances, one could easily imagine how much fighting power they had lost. This small number of soldiers would never be able to defeat 7 great generals and 400,000 elites. Moreover, Talas was surrounded by a vast expanse of plains. Other than the hills, there was nothing else that could be used. For generals, this was precisely the most disadvantageous terrain. In this sort of place, one could only rely on tactics, formations, and the ability of the commanders on both sides to determine who was superior. The Central Plains is very far from Talas. Even cavalry will need at least a month to get there. Perhaps we don't have much time. Gao Xianji bitterly smiled. We truly don't have much time, but the Arabs probably won't be that fast either. Based on what the Khorasani say, with 3 Arab governors gathered, it won't be easy for the soldiers of the other two governors to get to Talas. Moreover, the soldiers of the three sides need to coordinate with each other and move together, which will take even longer. I estimate that even if they don't need a month, it won't be much longer. To his surprise, Wang Chong faintly smiled, seemingly unconcerned about what Gao Xianji was worried about. A month? Gao Xianji was finally stunned, not daring to believe his ears. The distance between Arabia and Talas was much closer than the distance between the Tang dynasty. What Gao Xianji was most worried about was that there wasn't enough time. If the Arab army gathered 400,000 soldiers at the gates, not even the reinforcements of the Tang dynasty would be able to do anything. Absolutely. Wang Chong smiled, a confident look on his face. The Tang dynasty knew far too little about Arabia. Even a top-class imperial great general like Gao Xianji knew almost nothing about Arabia. As for Cairo and Tarsus, Gao Xianji, like all the other Tang generals, probably knew nothing about these two places other than the names of these two places. He had no idea where they were or how far away they were. But Wang Chong knew. The Abbasid Caliphate of this era possessed the largest territory in history. In terms of territory, it was more than 1 million square kilometers larger than the Tang dynasty. From this, one could easily imagine how large Arabia was. As for Tarsus, it was located at the northernmost tip of Arabia's territory, extremely far from Talas. It would definitely take a lot of time to gather the troops from such a faraway place. This was also why Wang Chong was confident that the Arabian Empire would need at least a month to reach the walls. For the Tang dynasty, they still had enough time to prepare for this battle. At least the gap between them wasn't as big as they had imagined. Lord Protector General, how are your injuries recovering? Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. 90% of my injuries have recovered, but I'm afraid that I'm still lacking the strength to deal with Abu Muslim. Gao Xianji couldn't help but give a deep sigh. Wang Chong also couldn't help but frown, his heart heavy. Gao Xianji's final words described the situation of the Tang dynasty and its army at Talas. The Arabian Empire had sent 3 governors for this operation, and the only one who could contend against them was Gao Xianji. If not even the strongest of them, Gao Xianji, could deal with them, the situation of the rest of the army could be easily imagined. But Wang Chong quickly glanced over the thin sheets of paper on the table and came to his senses. Whether or not his plan would be effective depended on these papers. "Milord, I once obtained a supreme martial art in the capital, but because its nature was incompatible, I never cultivated it. After fighting alongside Milord, I sensed that the nature of Milord's stellar energy is somewhat similar to this supreme martial art. Perhaps it can be of some help to Milord Protector General." Wang Chong's eyes focused, and he suddenly extended a finger and flicked the 2 sheets of paper toward Gao Xianji. "Is that so?" Gao Xianji faintly smiled, instinctively wanting to refuse. He was the Anshi war god, a supreme imperial great general. In the entire world, he could count on one hand the number of people who could instruct him on anything useful. Moreover, Wang Chong's cultivation was even lower than his own, so how could he possibly offer anything useful? But when he saw the earnest and expectant look on Wang Chong's face, Gao Xianji began to hesitate. Talas was currently fraught with danger, and any bit of strength would be of immense help. Besides, Wang Chong was doing this out of goodwill. "Okay, I'll take these papers back and take a look." As Gao Xianji spoke, he took the 2 sheets of paper and put them into his bosom. Wang Chong breathed a small sigh of relief at this sight. He had spent a few days picking out this incantation from the countless cultivation methods and chants in his memory. And from a certain perspective, this technique was closely related to Gao Xianji, and it would probably be of the greatest help to Gao Xianji. But not even Wang Chong had much confidence in the specifics until the effects were seen. After all, this was something that should never have happened in history. It's enough. As long as he goes back and takes a look, he'll naturally understand. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. He could sense that Gao Xianji wasn't very interested in the technique he had given him. However, Wang Chong did not press him. Some things could not be rushed. That's right, there's one more thing. Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. In your last battle with Abu Muslim, Lord Protector General's armor was shattered, so this time, I ordered someone to use meteoric metal to forge a set of armor for Lord Protector General. Oh. Gao Xianji's body trembled slightly, and a bright light shone in his eyes. He was immediately interested. Meteoric metal had always been an extremely rare material in this world. Not even the armor that the Holy Emperor had given him contained that much meteoric metal. But Wang Chong's existence had completely defied common sense. Gao Xianji didn't know how he had done it, but he had never seen so much meteoric metal in his life. In Wang Chong's hands, this extremely rare meteoric metal seemed like ordinary steel. This was simply astonishing. Ha! Wang Chong faintly smiled and did not keep Gao Xianji in suspense. He extended a finger and lightly knocked on a wooden chest leaning against the desk. Bang! The wooden board exploded, revealing a set of black and red armor. Even someone of Gao Xianji's experience couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight of this armor, and his vision brightened. This armor was extremely beautiful, each scale having been polished thousands of times. It was as smooth as a mirror, and even in the dim light of the room, it shone with a dazzling light. As for the armor as a whole, it was mighty yet elegant. Every line had been meticulously designed, independent yet perfectly unified. Moreover, looking from afar, it was like a dragon or a tiger, filled with a strong sense of power and ferocious explosive power. Impossible. Even someone of Gao Xianji's experience couldn't help but sigh in shock at the sight of this armor. The armor Wang Chong had forged was different from any armor he had ever seen. The style and level of craftsmanship far surpassed any other armor he had ever seen. Gao Xianji only needed one glance to fall in love with it. How is it? Wang Chong faintly smiled. Unbelievable. Wang Chong, how did you do it? Gao Xianji said sincerely. There seemed to be nothing that Wang Chong couldn't do. Heh, Lord Protector General, have you forgotten that I am a Grandmaster Weaponsmith? Wang Chong said. Huh, I almost forgot. No one can compare to you in weaponsmithing. Since you can forge Wuxia steel swords, you can naturally forge armor. Gao Xianji was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed. In this world, anyone who claimed to be a Grandmaster Weaponsmith would feel like they were boasting. Only Wang Chong would not give off the impression that he was boasting. On the contrary, people would think that he was being too modest. Whether it was the peerlessly sharp Wuxia steel swords that could cut through metal like mud, the vast and impregnable fortress of steel, or the unstoppable giant ballistae that could even kill behemoths. Wang Chong's performance had far surpassed that of a Grandmaster Weaponsmith. With his abilities, forging a suit of armor was naturally no problem. Wang Chong silently smiled. He had personally designed this armor, and Zhang Shouji had supervised and participated in its creation. He had used many of the principles of physics that Wang Chong knew and the knowledge of that other world. While it was gorgeous, it also increased its defensive strength. In particular, Wang Chong had strengthened the armor so that it would be of the greatest help to Gao Xianji, reducing the number of injuries and threats he would suffer in a battle with a top-class expert like Abu Muslim. Gao Xianji was overjoyed, and with Wang Chong's permission, he immediately took the armor and tried it on. Not bad. It's a perfect fit. The more Gao Xianji looked at it, the more delighted he became. Wang Chong's armor was extremely meticulous. Every piece, every curve, every joint made Gao Xianji feel like it was a part of his body. Gao Xianji even felt like the armor was breathing with him, a feeling that Gao Xianji had never experienced before. As long as Lord Protector General likes it. Wang Chong faintly smiled. After giving away the armor, the two began to discuss the defense and the possible attacks they might face in the future. That's right, Lord Protector General, there's another matter. After some time, just when the two were about to reach an agreement, Wang Chong suddenly brought up a matter that had been on his mind for a very long time. It was also the main reason he had called Gao Xianji over. I want to discuss a matter with Lord Protector General. Quality is more important than quantity. I want to select some of the most elite soldiers from the Anxi Protectorate Army, Qixi Protectorate, and mercenaries to form a special army to deal with the Arabs. Oh! Gao Xianji raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Tang dynasty simply didn't have enough soldiers at Talas. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would propose to form an army at a time like this. What sort of army do you want to form? Chapter 1037. Lord Gao, you also know that the majority of our soldiers are infantry. In truth, the strongest force of the Tang dynasty was also infantry, although they also had a considerable number of cavalry. But in terms of cavalry, other than the Wuxian cavalry, there are very few cavalry that can compare to the Arab cavalry. Wang Chong sincerely said. He had thought about this plan for a very long time, but he still needed Gao Xianji's agreement to actually push it forward. This truly is the case. The Anxi Protectorate Army is already the elite of the Tang dynasty protectorates. But it doesn't have much of an advantage against the Arabs. If not for the city of Talas behind us, we would have never been able to last so long in the wilderness against so many Arabs. Gao Xianji sternly said. Whether it was the Arabs, the Western Turks, or the Uzan, they were all people who lived on horseback. In this aspect, the Tang dynasty, as a people of agriculture, could not compare to them. This was already public opinion, and there was no need to deny it. When fighting against other races, we actually rely more on infantry, cavalry, and ballista soldiers to fight together. In this aspect, we are different from the Arabs and the Western Turks. Both sides fight in different ways, so it's not easy to make a direct comparison. But on the plains and in the wilderness, cavalry still has the absolute advantage. Gao Xianji said. Wang Chong nodded. Gao Xianji's final words had revealed the true situation of the Tang dynasty. To the Tang dynasty, which was dominated by infantry, the open plains of Talas were the most unfavorable terrain. In this place, the mobility of the cavalry far surpassed that of the infantry. Furthermore, the boundless flat terrain also allowed the cavalry to better arrange their formations and charge at maximum speed. If not for the two steel defense lines Wang Chong had erected around Talas and the threat of the Tang dynasty ballistae, the Tang dynasty's infantry would have found it very difficult to defend against the charge of so many elite Arab cavalry. This is also what I've always wanted to change. If the situation really is as the Khorasani have said, then 400,000 elite soldiers and 3 Arab governors will be a challenge we've never encountered before. Moreover, Abu Muslim has fought with us for so long that he has experience. The 2 steel defense lines won't be able to stop him for long. Wang Chong said. He would never underestimate any opponent, much less one of the most outstanding great generals of the Arabian Empire. Even in the southwest, Daluan Ruozan had thought of using ropes and elephants to deal with the steel wall, let alone Arabia, which was even stronger and had even more resources to spare. If that's the case, we can only retreat to Talas, Gao Xianji said, frowning unknowingly. But if we retreat into the city, we will completely lose the initiative and fall into the opponent's rhythm. More importantly, when enemies meet on a narrow path, only the courageous will emerge victorious. This is the first large-scale conflict between Arabia and the Tang dynasty. We don't understand Arabia, and Arabia doesn't understand the Tang dynasty. As long as we retreat into the city, we will be showing weakness to the enemy. Given the Arabian Empire's ambitions, there will be endless wars in the future. Wang Chong finished the second half of what Gao Xianji had left out. This battle was not just a struggle for power, but also a struggle for momentum. This was why Wang Chong had insisted on the 2 steel defense lines outside the city, to defend against the enemy from the outside and not from the inside. It was also why Wang Chong and Gao Xianji had not retreated from Talas even though they had defeated the Arabs. Not only that, if the Arabs have learned their lesson from last time and surround Talas without attacking, we won't even need 3 months. In less than 3 months, when our rations are exhausted, we will lose without a doubt. The study was quiet. Gao Xianji's brow was tightly furrowed, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Abu Muslim was a valiant general, but he was not lacking in strategy. The first time, he had believed that he could force his way through, but after 2 whole months, he had made no progress. This time, if the Tang dynasty wanted to rely on the city of Talas, it would not be so simple. Even more dangerous was that once the 2 steel defense lines were lost, the Uzan, the Western Turks, and the Arabs would gather together. With 7 great general experts, the 3 empires would probably choose to use the strength of their great generals to crush the Tang dynasty. What do you plan to do? Gao Xianji broke the silence a few moments later. Wang Chong faintly smiled, knowing that Gao Xianji had already thought it through. I want to form a new type of soldier, the Mo Saber Warriors. Mo Saber Warriors? Gao Xianji raised his head and looked at Wang Chong, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Gao Xianji was experienced and well-read, but he had never heard of this sort of square formation. What is the meaning of this? Have you even changed your weapon? Gao Xianji had acutely extracted the words Mo Saber from Wang Chong's words. The Tang dynasty had all kinds of sabers, but he had never heard of the Mo Saber. I just knew that I couldn't hide it from milord. Wang Chong faintly smiled, no longer intending to keep him in suspense. Someone, bring the item in. Yes, Marquis. A voice came from outside, and under Gao Xianji's curious gaze, a soldier of the Qixi Protectorate army strode in, his head held high and his chest puffed out, a brocade box 7 or 8 feet long on his shoulder. Crescent Moon Saber. Gao Xianji turned to Wang Chong in surprise. The weapons of the Tang dynasty were 3 feet long, with a few being 4 feet long. Sabers were a little longer, but the difference wasn't that great. Sabers that could reach 4 feet were extremely rare, and the only one that Gao Xianji knew of was the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Saber. It was rumored that more than 500 years ago, at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the long-haired martial saint of the Central Plains with the surname Guan used the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Saber. But this weapon was only suitable for martial arts. Duels between great generals were also part of the scope of martial arts, so they could naturally use this weapon. But for ordinary soldiers, it was extremely inconvenient to use this weapon on such a large scale. Of course not. Under Gao Xianji's stunned gaze, Wang Chong chuckled and shook his head. He stood up from behind the table and walked up to the Qixi Protectorate soldier. Milord, take a look and you'll understand. As he spoke, he gestured at the soldier. Clap. The brocade box opened, revealing a weapon 7 or 8 feet long that was completely different from any other weapon in this world, quietly lying at the bottom of the box for the first time. At the sight of the weapon at the bottom of the box, even Gao Xianji couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a hint of shock appearing on his face. The weapon in the box had a perfectly straight blade, and the blade was extremely sharp. Moreover, the design of the blade and the back of the blade were extremely smooth, making it extremely easy to hack and slash. With one look, one could tell that it was an abnormally powerful weapon. Moreover, the surface of the weapon was as smooth as a mirror, its design extremely ornate. It was like a shark of the sea, savage but elegant. This was no longer a weapon, but the most exquisite of works of art. Even something as cruel as slaughter had been raised to the realm of art. Even Gao Xianji had to admit that Wang Chong had truly reached a breathtaking level in weaponsmithing. In all the countries of the continent, not just the Tang dynasty, probably no one could compare to Wang Chong. But the light in Gao Xianji's eyes only lasted for a few moments before dimming. This truly is a good saber. But I'm afraid that it's not suitable for use on the battlefield. Gao Xianji quickly looked away from the Mo saber, and somewhat regretfully said. Oh. Wang Chong faintly smiled, took a sip of tea from the table, and then looked at Gao Xianji, apparently having predicted his reaction. Lord Protector General, do you feel that the blade, edge, and back of this saber are too long? Although it's easy to wield, it's easy to break. Correct. Gao Xianji didn't deny it. He said with some regret, with a hint of regret, he said, we've thought about this sort of saber before, and even before that, there were countless people who wanted to forge such a large saber or sword. But they've all failed. It's said that the hard is easy to break. Swords and sabers are designed to be 3 to 4 feet long so that they don't break. This saber is nearly 8 feet long, and in a real battle, it won't even last 10 slashes before breaking in two. And on the fierce battlefield, I presume that you understand what it means if a saber or sword suddenly breaks. Gao Xianji couldn't help but give a deep sigh. Wang Chong's idea was quite good, but it was simply unrealistic. Ideals and reality were two completely different things. This sort of saber could only remain in the realm of ideals. Ha ha ha, my lord, since I designed this Mo saber, I naturally considered this point. Since Lord Protector General believes that it will break, why don't you try and snap it in two? Wang Chong grinned, his expression brimming with confidence. Oh. Gao Xianji froze, his eyes flickering with shock. But he quickly regained his composure. A saber breaking was a problem that had persisted for millennia. How could it be so easy to solve? But Gao Xianji didn't argue. Facts spoke louder than words, and it was easy to tell whether Wang Chong's saber was practical or not. Ding! Gao Xianji did not even turn his head. He extended a finger and gently flicked it at a spot 4 feet away from the Mo saber. In that instant, a thunderous metallic sound suddenly came from the saber, reverberating throughout the entire study. A moment later, the indifferent Gao Xianji instantly paled. Although he had only casually flicked his finger, Gao Xianji was a top-class imperial great general, so this flick of his finger weighed more than 1,000 jin, equivalent to the fierce blow of a profound martial expert. Gao Xianji originally thought that with the length of the saber, coupled with the fact that the finger flicked the saber was the weakest and easiest to break, the Mo saber would break easily. However, the final result was completely beyond his expectations. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Xianji flicked his finger again, but this time, Gao Xianji's expression was much more solemn and serious. The strength of his finger was also many times greater than before, enough to snap many treasured sabers and swords, let alone this Mo saber. Chapter 1038. How is this possible? Gao Xianji was dazed as he finally sensed the extraordinariness of this long saber. The fact that it could block 2 flicks from his finger meant that Wang Chong's new weapon was extremely mature. Just the toughness of the blade and the fact that it was not easy to break meant that the quality and level of this weapon had soared, surpassing the vast majority of weapons in the world. A good saber. Truly a good saber. I've never seen a saber that can break this rule. Wang Chong, I didn't think that you had this kind of ability. This is truly wonderful. As an illustrious imperial great general with more than 10 years of experience, Gao Xianji could almost instinctively sense the immense value of this long saber. Whoosh! Gao Xianji reached out and took the 8-foot-long Mo saber from the embroidered box. After twirling it around in his hand, Gao Xianji's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This long saber was easy to hack, and its sturdy and unbreakable blade made it the overlord of sabers. A single long saber like this might not have been that dazzling, but if tens of thousands of people were equipped with this Mo saber, it would become a dreadful flood of destruction on the battlefield. This long saber was a weapon born to rule over the battlefield. Wang Chong, how many of these weapons do you have? Gao Xianji turned to Wang Chong. He suddenly understood what Wang Chong meant by Mo saber warriors. If he had an elite army fully equipped with this long saber designed by Wang Chong, their lethality would be unimaginable. Moreover, Gao Xianji only needed a glance to understand that this 8-foot-long blade was a weapon that Wang Chong had designed for infantry to deal with cavalry. If this saber slashed down, not only the warhorses, but also the riders riding them would be within the range of the Mo saber. Gao Xianji could totally imagine the scene of men and horses being slaughtered on the battlefield. Zhang Shouji has already forged more than 100 of them. As long as you agree, all the craftsmen can work day and night. Within a month, all the Mo sabers should be completed. Before that, I will have them use wooden sticks instead. Wang Chong said seriously. Wang Chong's Mo saber used many forging techniques that far surpassed those of this era. In terms of weapon materials, Wang Chong had gathered many Arabian scimitars from the battlefield, all of which were made from the finest steel. Coupled with the extraterrestrial meteoric iron and a small amount of Wuxia steel, the Mo saber now possessed multiple characteristics and became a true top-grade saber. Wang Chong, let's do as you wish. I will have the Anxi Protectorate Army fully cooperate with you. A strange light appeared in Gao Xianji's eyes as he made his decision. Rumble. Not even Gao Xianji had expected that the moment he agreed, the entire structure of war on the continent would change. An unprecedented type of soldier would step onto the stage of history. After sending off Gao Xianji, Wang Chong pushed open the door to his room and left. In the training ground in the northern part of Talas, Wang Chong saw Li Sai and more than 4,600 Wuxian cavalry. Marquis. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Li Sai immediately urged his Fergana horse forward, one hand on his chest as he gave a deep bow. Are you ready? Wang Chong raised his head and asked. Marquis, be at ease. Everyone is waiting for Marquis' summons. Very good. Take these sheets of paper and have the Wuxian cavalry train day and night. Our time is extremely limited. In 1 month, all of you must complete the training of this formation, Wang Chong said. Wang Chong nodded and sternly said. Your subordinate will do his utmost. Li Sai glanced at the paper, his pupils constricting upon seeing the method written on it. His expression turning grim, he bid farewell to Wang Chong and immediately galloped off. The Azura Hell. These were the contents of the 2 sheets of paper that Wang Chong had given him. Li Sai had been fortunate enough to hear from Wang Chong about the 10 great formations. Of these, the 10 charges 10 victories formation cultivated by the Wuxian cavalry was ranked last, while the Azura Hell was ranked second. In the Lord's Hall of Talas, a door was pushed open, and Gao Xianji, dressed in the new armor that Wang Chong had forged, returned to his residence. After taking off the armor, Gao Xianji went to his desk and began to read through the documents. Just like Wang Chong, Gao Xianji had many military matters to attend to. The treatment of the wounded of the Anxi Protectorate Army, the distribution of logistics, the pacification of the Ferganians and Karluks, the repair of the city walls, the patrols of the scouts, there were far too many things that needed to be taken care of. By the time Gao Xianji finished reading through all the documents, it was already very late. Gao Xianji put the brush back on the brush holder and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't help but reveal a tired expression. Winds foretold a coming storm. Although Talas was currently calm, everyone could feel a powerful pressure. All of the 60,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty were fighting for every second, doing their utmost to strengthen themselves in preparation for the crueler war that was to come. Milord has worked hard. Have a cup of tea and rest. There was a knock on the door, and a guard of the Anxi Protectorate walked in with a cup of tea. Put it down. Gao Xianji lightly rapped on the desk. After the guard left, Gao Xianji picked up the fragrant tea on the table. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly glanced at the 2 thin pieces of paper on the table. A thought flashed through his mind. It's the technique that Wang Chong spoke of. At Gao Xianji's level of cultivation, it was very difficult to advance any further. Almost instinctively, Gao Xianji did not believe that there was anything that could help him. But in the end, Gao Xianji could not bear to brush away Wang Chong's good intentions. Let's take a look. Gao Xianji shook his head and smiled. He absent-mindedly picked up the 2 letters and glanced at them. However, with just one glance, Gao Xianji felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. His entire body quivered and all his tiredness instantly disappeared without a trace. How could something like this happen? Gao Xianji stared at the words on the paper. When the mind is one, sword qi enters the void. These short words were exactly the same as one of the mantras in the 6 Ultimate Majesties God art that Gao Xianji cultivated. Gao Xianji abruptly sat up straight and continued reading. His expression became more and more serious, and more solemn. When he finished reading the last word, Gao Xianji let out a long sigh and slowly raised his head, remaining silent for a long time. The hall was silent, but at this moment, Gao Xianji's heart was in turmoil. The technique that Wang Chong had given him was actually 30 to 40% similar to Gao Xianji's own martial arts, but the power was even stronger than Gao Xianji's own technique. It was like an upgraded version of Gao Xianji's technique. Gao Xianji had never encountered this kind of situation before. Although the two were different, there must be an extremely deep connection between them. I have already exhausted all my efforts to search for this lineage of techniques, but there were no other derivative techniques. Could it be that I was wrong? The 6 Ultimate Majesties God art that I cultivate is actually just a derivative version of an even more ancient technique, and there is a more powerful technique above it. Gao Xianji held the 2 thin sheets of paper as he muttered to himself, his mind in turmoil. The study was quiet, but there was an enormous flow of energy swirling around Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji lowered his head and read the contents of the 2 sheets of paper several times. In the end, his mind was completely absorbed. After some time, bang! The 2 heavy doors seemed to be pulled apart by some invisible force, and all the tables and chairs in the hall had been removed. Gao Xianji sat cross-legged on the floor, his body exuding an enormous energy. The stellar energy in Gao Xianji's body began to slowly surge in a direction it had never experienced before. Congratulations to user for obtaining the heart of the general and obtaining Gao Xianji's favor, resulting in a slight change in the history of the war. Reward, 100 points of destiny energy. At the same time, in the training ground to the north of Talas, the Stone of Destiny's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the Lord's Hall of Talas, where a surge of energy was rising into the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. Everything was on the right track. In the apocalyptic era, based on Gao Xianji's 6 Ultimate Majesties God art, the 8 Ultimate Sunderings art, which had been created by the combined power of many supreme experts, had appeared 20-some years earlier in this life and returned to Gao Xianji's hands. History had taken a subtle turn, and Wang Chong's hand had caused it to deviate once more from its original path. The 8 Ultimate Sunderings art had strict requirements for its cultivation. The cultivator had to be at least a great general level, and it would take at least 1 month from start to finish without any disturbance. This was also why Wang Chong had not initially given the 8 Ultimate Sunderings art to Gao Xianji. Tell Qing Qinli to send more men. No one is allowed to get within 100 zhang of the Lord's residence. Wang Chong turned his head and ordered a Qishi messenger at his side. Yes, my lord. Time slowly passed, and while everyone was busy preparing for battle at Talas, 60-some li away, the western Turkic camp was also fraught with tension. Rumble. Thunder boomed through the heavens, and above the western Turkic camp, thunderclouds were roiling and churning, clouds gathering from all around. At the place where the thunderclouds were most turbulent, a pillar of azure energy soared through the heavens and earth, making it extremely conspicuous. Looking down along the cyan pillar of Qi, a tall and sturdy figure with a domineering aura floated in midair. This figure was dressed in heavy armor, a black cloak flapping in the wind. His entire body exuded a domineering aura. Chapter 1039. Great General. Great General. Great General. Earth-shattering shouts resounded in all directions. At this moment, Wuxia was like a god in their eyes. Ever since he had started cultivating formation phenomena, everyone had sensed that Wuxia's aura was getting stronger and stronger. With each passing day, the pressure exuding from his body grew stronger and stronger. Crackle. Suddenly, a blazing bolt of lightning struck down from the center of the formation phenomena, striking Wuxia down below. With a hiss, Wuxia's body crackled with electricity, but Wuxia was able to absorb all of it. Bolt after bolt of lightning descended, and Wuxia's aura once more began to swell under the effects of this lightning. After a long while, the formation phenomena in the sky began to weaken, and Wuxia finally opened his eyes. That pitch-black Turkic steed slowly descended with Wuxia. Ha ha ha, formation phenomena truly are powerful. In just a few short moments, my strength has risen once more. Wuxia slowly raised his head, his eyes exuding a sharp light. Wuxia had been a great general for a very long time, and it had not taken Wuxia much time to rise from the initial level of great general to the ranks of the elite great generals. But it would not be so easy to advance any further. Wuxia had never imagined that his strength could rise again. It was simply inconceivable. Congratulations, great general. Your strength has risen to another level. In the future, not even Abu Muslim will be a match for great general. Now that you've cultivated formation phenomena, the Khagan is certain to value Milord even more. Even great general Wuxia will have to lower his head before great general. Shamshak and Chechen Benba hurriedly went to greet Wuxia. Wuxia was the Western Turkic war god, just like the Uzun great general Witadra Konglo and the Tang dynasty's Wang Zhongxi. In the Western Turks, he was also known as the Sun Great General, one of the few existences capable of surpassing Wuxia. Wuxia had once clashed with him over the issue of military authority. Humph, there's no need for you two to flatter me. With my current strength, defeating Wuxia won't be that easy. However, if I hadn't obtained the Sun God art and its mantra, Wuxia might not have been able to surpass me. Wuxia said coldly. Although he was brimming with hostility toward Wuxia, Wuxia had to admit that Wuxia was truly the strongest great general of the Western Turks. Shamshak and Chechen Benba's eyes flickered, but they did not continue speaking. General, the formation phenomena we've been practicing have already begun to take shape. His Excellency's strength is also stronger than before. When are we going to destroy the Tang dynasty again? Shamshak suddenly said. There's no rush. Wuxia waved his hand and calmly said, I've only just begun my cultivation. If I want to display my full power, I must end my cultivation and wait for my cultivation to completely stabilize. Before that, without my order, you are forbidden from fighting with the Tang people. Yes. Now that this was a serious matter, Shamshak and Chechen Benba did not dare to tarry and bowed. Shamshak, what's the range of the army's guard? Wuxia sternly said. 20 li. We've already dispatched 20 waves of cavalry to patrol the area day and night, and we've also dispatched golden eagles to patrol the skies. As long as the Tang people get close, we'll immediately know if there's even the slightest sign of trouble. Shamshak bowed and respectfully said. Increase the army's guard to 60 li. From Talas to here, I want you to patrol day and night. You can't give the Tang people any chances or openings. In addition, double the number of people patrolling the perimeter. If it's at night, double the number. The Tang people like to attack at night. Until I've successfully cultivated formation phenomena, I don't want any of the Tang people to appear before me. Wuxia sternly said. Yes, my lord. Everyone lowered their heads. With everything in place, Wuxia's expression finally relaxed. In addition, send a letter to Daluan Ruozan and ask for his opinion. In Talas, no one understands the Tang people more than he does. Your subordinate will go. While Wuxia was waiting for Daluan Ruozan's reply, he could never have imagined that the Uzun camp was already abuzz with rage. Bastard! This Dewusili is too despicable. He's using such a despicable method to deal with us. In the Uzun camp. Bang! Huoba Senji slammed his fist on the table, unable to restrain his rage. After observing the Western Turks for 6 to 7 days, he had finally managed to obtain the 3 sheets of paper from Daluan Ruozan. But Huoba Senji had never imagined that the most crucial part of the paper would be missing a few words. Just the difference of a few words was enough to turn these 3 precious pieces of paper into waste paper. No, I have to go find him. No matter what, I have to make him hand over the true formation phenomena. Huoba Senji grabbed the papers and was about to go find Dewusili, but a moment later, a white and powerful hand reached out from the side and blocked Huoba Senji's path. Wait a moment. Huishu Wizong slightly shook his head and shot a glance at Huoba Senji. Huoba Senji paused and turned his head, subconsciously looking at Daluan Ruozan, his brow deeply furrowed and his face pensive. The tent was quiet as all the generals looked to Daluan Ruozan, but Daluan Ruozan seemed to be completely unaware of their gazes, still deep in thought. In truth, even if we go find Dewusili, we'll find it very difficult to get anything out of his hands. He truly did hand over the formation phenomena to us, and all 4 of us were present at the time. Even if we say that he tampered with the papers, we don't have any concrete evidence, and Dewusili will never admit to it. In the tent, the silent Dusong Mangpoj suddenly spoke up. Dewusili's methods truly were displeasing, but the 4 of them were also at fault, and they could not completely blame Dewusili. Huoba Senji's face froze, and he was momentarily speechless. But Dewusili clearly tricked us. Are we just going to let it go? Huoba Senji unwillingly said. As the commander of the Mutri Great Cavalry, Huoba Senji had never suffered such a loss before, and Dewusili had tampered with the papers in front of the 4 of them. That's not what I'm worried about right now, a voice suddenly resounded through the tent. Daluan Ruozan suddenly spoke, and as he spoke, he slowly raised his head. I've always felt that this matter isn't that simple. Dewusili obtained the formation phenomena far too easily and smoothly. When Dewusili's strength began to rise, I felt even more strongly. Things going too smoothly is not necessarily a good thing. Moreover, Wang Chong is not the sort of person who would so easily hand over something that he's formidable to someone else. If the formation phenomena were fake, wouldn't it be even more inconceivable that it could increase Dewusili's strength? Dusong Mangpoj said. This is also why I've never been able to determine whether it's true or not. Daluan Ruozan sternly said. There were very few things that he was unsure of, but when it came to formation phenomena, Daluan Ruozan truly had no way of determining whether it was real or fake. If this matter really is as I think, then this young marquis of the Tang dynasty is up to something big. Dewusili is probably going to suffer at his hands. The eyes of the trio in the tent imperceptibly flickered. Up until now, there had been no sign that was worthy of Daluan Ruozan's suspicion. On the contrary, everything pointed to the authenticity of the formation phenomena. But even so, no one dared to ignore the intuition of a wise man until the truth was confirmed. Huoba Senji, take this simplified version of the formation phenomena and cultivate it. Let me think about the rest. If I can't give you an answer in a month, or if the formation phenomena really are real, I will go find Dewusili and ask for the real formation phenomena. Daluan Ruozan raised his head. Fine. Huoba Senji hesitated for a few moments before finally nodding. In the current situation, this was the best method. Moreover, Huoba Senji had never looked down on Daluan Ruozan's promises. Since he had promised to find the real formation phenomena, he would definitely do it. Neigh. As they were discussing, the neighing of Neigh's horse came from outside the tent, mixed with the sounds of chaos. They had not paid much attention at the start, but as the chaos grew, they could occasionally hear the shouts of soldiers. What's going on? Has the Tang dynasty decided to launch a sneak attack? Huoba Senji asked in alarm. Uzun's people were very disciplined, and with Daluan Ruozan present, they were usually very orderly, with no problems occurring unless they were attacked by outsiders. Prime Minister, I'll go out and take a look. Dusong Mangpo's brow creased as he rushed out of the tent, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Dusong Mangpo was the eagle of the plateau, an expert of the great general level. They had originally believed that with his appearance, the chaos would quickly subside, but they had not expected what would happen next. Prime Minister, hurry and come out and take a look. Dusong Mangpo's voice suddenly came from outside the tent, his voice extremely solemn. Outside the tent, the neighing of the warhorses had not only not weakened, but had grown even louder. Within the tent, Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wazang, and Huoba Senji glanced at each other in dismay. Daluan Ruozan quickly stood up from the table. Let's go. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.